on, let me teach you one. Scoot on over in your chair and toss me back that plastic gun. Who is this HasanAbi talking tough? Is this his hobby? Politics, and that's a shame. You're only here to watch him game? I think you took the bait and this is all in bad faith. Log off before it's too late. You should have stuck with Andrew Tate. This guy ain't a leftist, he's got money, he gets pussy. Look at him, he's really cooking. Wait a second, what's a cussy?
In the animated Pixar movie, Cars, if there are female cars and male cars, I'm gaming with T-Pain.
HasanAbi streams, subs with the prime, The whole chat was posting high. Himbo, subversive, patriotic, sharp and vitriolic, absolutely brawling. It's 12 o'clock, I'm subscribed to bypass the ads. Top of the hour is approaching and I want none of that. Lashed out and fought the parasocials, only trying to help, but in the process realized I'm parasocial myself. We log in, then shout into the void, joining into the hymn of the oppressed. The powerless can't afford to disengage, a luxury that many don't possess. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe. Yes, I like to believe. We're a community. We're a community.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Pike, and this off our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, for folks.
Beautiful day.
I'm live and alive, and I got a very special guest here with me. That's right, Austin Show.
Yep, I took a very, very special day off out of my very intense streaming schedule to come join Hasan.
I know. Now that you have like a actual show, it's pretty crazy that.
Yep, I do. I have an actual show now in the tub. Everybody knew it was going to happen. Twitch's brand new hit show went off without a hitch last night, and it already has become a cult classic. And I do believe it's my retirement plan. It's my retirement plan. I think this is it. I think this is my last. This is my last show.
Last huzzah.
And then my last show. I think it's going to go for a few seasons, and that'll be it. And I'll ride off into the sunset.
Oh, what the? I'm disconnected. Yeah. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And many things have happened, of course. Many things, many cancellations. Obviously, we'll get to all of that. Push that mic away from Austin, thanks. He's like yelling too loudly into it, probably.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your little fucking leftist snowflake ears can't take a man's voice.
Honestly, like, your voice is literally, it seems like it might be peaking.
That's right.
For those of you who are wondering, I was also in a bathtub last night. You guys probably saw that.
Yeah, pussy.
And also, I have tried to basically get this off of my face and have failed to do so thus far.
It's because you like have cheap straight guy products.
I don't say that. Okay, don't say that this is cheap.
You're like trying to get it off with like Old Spice body wash. It's like nothing's gonna come off. You know.
Our boy had an accident. Yeah,
He's like using Irish Spring soap.
Okay, we're gonna look at all that in a second. Hold on.
Why won't it come
baby
off?
oil? I don't know, but I'm just like, this is me now. I've decided that this is me now. I'm gonna talk about all the stuff that happened. Hold on one second. Let me just like get my bearings in order real quick. Thank you, 34MKD. He's back, by the way. 34MKD. The Turkish government can't hold him back. He's here. He's ready. He's gifting subs. Okay, my man is like, nope. That's like. Recep Tayyip Erdogan can't hold me back from coming on the stream. It's still fucking blasting. Yeah, it is, but 34 MKD 50 is not. He's still here. Use coconut oil, bruv. Okay, we'll do that. But yeah, yesterday I got emo-fied. I got emo-fied pretty hard. You guys probably were here and you watched it and you saw it happen. And after I got emo-fied, thank you, Bomb Life. This is a phenomenal.
I think it's kind of hot.
Blast off post, yeah.
I'm into it.
Yeah, we'll talk about the breakdancing dad situation from Curtis Connor in a little bit as well. But stop telling him to use rubbing alcohol. I literally look like this emoji, emoji.
Yeah,
but anyway,
you're getting more attractive, Hasan.
I think I look way gayer. That's probably why.
Yeah, like you're. It's kind of erotic.
You've been
wanting me to hit on you for a while now.
Yeah, because I feel like I've lost it.
No,
when you don't hit on me, I feel like I've lost it.
Hasan wants me to call him sexy and hot, not because he wants to
fucked up.
He doesn't. He just wants more attention from me. But you know what? I should, because you know what? You call me hot all the time. And,
I do.
And look, but I compliment your haircut. Remember, I DM you. I was like, damn, it looks good. I think it looks sexy. You know. I'm not a big fan of the stash. But
the stash, people love it though. People love the stash.
Yeah.
Fuck, I was making emo HasanAbi on BG3 and missed the intro. It happens. But yeah, as far as personal news goes, we'll talk about what Austin did. We'll talk about what I did. We'll talk about what Austin did in a second.
Yeah, I have to leave soon.
But what I was gonna say is, yeah, I got emo-fied, as you guys know. Hung out with the boys after. They're so chill. Jake and Johnny, they're both sick. Johnny's a bit of a HasanAbi head, it seems, which was very cool to find out. And we had some Dave's Hot Chicken and hung out. And then I basically just like tapped out. I tapped out of the internet. I was just chilling, playing Yakuza, you know, doing the damn thing. I watched the first episode of Avatar a little bit, and I will say it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. A lot of people have been clowning on it, saying it's like awful. But honestly, I don't know if it's that bad. If I'm looking at it with like totally new eyes, I don't think that is like, I don't think it's that bad. Anyway, did you record a podcast with them? We did not. But we will eventually because they're sick. So I'm Guy's guy, and I can't wait for the TikTok story. I need to know how that story ends. Yeah, we'll do that. Don't worry. It's not as bad. I thought it was going to be like a 1 out of 10. It was not a 1 out of 10. It was like a 7 out of 10 so far. But I only watched like the first 30 minutes basically. Anyway, but yeah, and then I went to bed early, woke up in the middle of the night in a fucking panic. I don't know why. And then immediately checked my Twitter and was like angry at the world and was like tweeting at 4 a.m. And I realized like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, why am I purposefully spending additional extra time off work on this fucking hellish website that is literally just like a 4chan cutout now? And basically I deleted Twitter off my phone. So I'm still going to use it obviously for blasting off and for, you know, desktop purposes, for work purposes, but I am not going to I am, you know, gonna not use it on my off time. But yeah, this morning I woke up, took Kai out to the park. Austin came in early.
I went to Dialogue
and
by
we
myself.
We shot our podcast. We shot a banger episode of the podcast. Will couldn't make it because he had a self-sucking incident, as always. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we'll do it. We'll do the damn thing. Okay. Taylor Lorenz Rachik interview. I'm gonna save that for Monday, I think, because that's like pretty. That's like pretty brolic. That's a meaty ass thing. I did talk to Taylor personally about it too, about like how this came to be. Because I talked to her last night because I was like, what the fuck happened? Like, why did this person allow that to happen?
Like Taylor Swift?
No, Taylor Lorenz, former New York Times, now Washington Post correspondent Taylor Lorenz, who interviewed.
Oh yeah, she reached out about my tub show. You wouldn't understand.
She did not reach out.
Yeah, she's writing a New York Washington Post article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Austin shows Tub takes the world by storm is her article.
Yeah.
Title.
Anyway, Austin,
Yes.
You're here.
I'm here for not much longer.
You were in Austin. Let's get started on this real quick.
I was in Austin.
We can't talk about too much.
Turns out people so shocked my name is Austin in Austin. I had about several different people. My Uber driver.
Wait, really?
Uber driver, I was like, yeah, I'm going to Austin. He's like, Austin in Austin.
Like, that is legitimately weird that like people are shocked. It's a very common name.
People still are doing this. Yeah.
It's such a common name.
Checked into my hotel. Austin. Oh, whoa. Good one.
I'm confused as to what this is like. Austin is as common a name as like John.
Yeah. I don't know.
It'd be like, what? John? That's weird.
Yeah.
Clarify. You shouldn't have.
What is this? POV, you have anti-Riz? Okay. Here, we got some good videos for the docket. We have obviously SNL and whatnot. Here, let me blast off real quick because we're live and alive and let the people know.
I don't have much time.
Okay. Well, here, go ahead.
Oh, what am I going to say? I wasn't planning on saying anything at this particular moment. I don't even have anything to say other than I'm so happy to be here. And I'm thankful that you invited me on your stream. And I appreciate our friendship. And I just want to say I love Jesus. I love Jesus, and God is king. Jesus is king.
What why are you saying
I
that?
don't know. I don't know. I'm running out of things to say.
Yeah, what the fuck? You know you can leave at any moment.
No, I don't have to leave. I don't have to leave at this moment.
He's like, what the fuck am I doing here?
I just taught this. I've converted to Christianity.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm replying because I'm never on fucking Twitter. So Nandre, this is one of the greatest streamers of all time, and he posted like the pics. It's just like my fundraising efforts. But it don't matter. This is the worst streamer of all time. There are literally fucking pedophiles on pedophile streamers. But anyway, why you let the gay guy disrespect my religion? What do you mean? He's not disrespecting religion at all. Why you have an issue with the gay guy saying he's found Christ?
Yeah, what is so disrespectful about me having sex with men in your church?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Well, that can go in a bad direction if you talk about sex in church.
Oh, God. Why y'all got to take it that direction? Okay, it wasn't supposed to be that fucking.
Yeah. 34 MKD 50.
The fucking horrible way. Okay, it's not what. See, but that just goes to show you how fucked up the church is. Okay,
that's true.
That wasn't me. Okay. God damn it! That wasn't what I was. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
You're ridiculous. All right, go ahead. Talk about what you want to talk about.
You invited me here. I don't know. I was in Austin, Texas. I got to work out with Ronnie Coleman.
You can't even talk about most of the stuff that you did because you talked about it on the podcast, and we got to save it for the pod.
Yeah, we got to save it for the pod.
So, yeah.
I will say that the podcast is ruining my relationship with all my podcast guests because every time I see them, I can't talk about anything with them because I want to save it for the podcast.
Yeah.
Because like the dynamic of our podcast is we're not talking about like current events and what things that we wouldn't never normally talk about. We're literally just friends in real life. Like our dynamic is unfolding as it would in real life. So we actually have to save it for the podcast. Right?
Yeah.
So we can't, like, Cutie walked in and there's like a million things I wanted to tell her, but I was like, wait, I have to save it for the podcast. So I literally can't have real relationships with my podcast co-hosts anymore.
Yeah, well, it's fine. It's for a greater good. The greater good being that we make content for ungrateful fools online who don't appreciate it. I'm just kidding. Austin Cutie want about a special episode? Question mark?
That's that.
Is that going to actually happen? Because I feel like people are asking for it, but Cutie did not seem like.
I did just get off the phone with President Biden, and then I picked up the phone, and then I talked to President Biden, tried to convince him not to run again, failed, then picked up the phone, called Cutie Cinderella. And I can confirm right now, folks, a special episode of Wine About It featuring yours truly, me, will be happening come this week. I am filming a special episode with Cutie Cinderella. A
Are
special
you actually? Or
episode.
are you just lying?
That's why we're filming Fear and early. Is because I can come in. I'm gonna block shoot a couple episodes of a podcast. Whine about it. Not this week, but the next week.
Wait.
I think somebody else is on this week. No, wait.
What?
I don't know how she releases it, but we're filming it this week.
She's literally filming one about it right now with a different.
Yeah, but
person.
I'll be the episode after that, I think. So
Okay.
everybody wants an episode of Wine About It with Austin Show, Cutie Cinderella. Everybody's been asking about it.
We accused the gay guy of lying. Cutie and him work hard. What? I don't know what you mean. Honestly, you should get a couple of real neck tats. So that's
like
what
the
I wanted to
neck
talk
tat,
about. This
seriously.
morning I woke up and my family FaceTimed me and I forgot that they don't know what the fuck I've been up to. So I just turned on the FaceTime and I have like my full face with like, because it didn't come off, right? So I'm talking to my mom and dad and they're freaking the fuck out. I think I forgot to mention this on the podcast. They're freaking out. And I was like, yeah, I got a real tattoo. I got like neck tattoos. And my mom is like trying to be supportive. My mom was trying to be supportive.
Your mom's great.
As best as he can. It's like, oh, didn't it hurt? Like, what's going on? My dad straight up was like, are you gay?
I was just gonna...
He literally was like, what's going on? Are you gay?
Why won't he like believe you?
He's like, what's happening here? I mean, I posted about this at the park.
Day 2 of being
I posted a TikTok on this. I'm a TikTok boy now. Anyway, I've left.
Is this your dad's like biggest fear? Is that you'll be a homosexual?
I don't know what's up with
Like,
him.
he
I don't even think
always-
he's like that scared of it. I think he'd be like understanding if I came out as gay, but I don't know. I just like, he just can't. He just, I don't know. He would probably have like a period of.
He'd have a more.
Heard Hasan fired his gardener. Is this true? I don't know what that means.
He doesn't have a lawn.
I'm like, yeah.
He doesn't have any grass.
I don't. I have fake grass.
Yeah.
Anyway, here. This is me this morning when I'm at the fucking park.
Day 2 of being emo out in public. The
Instagram
makeup's not coming off, so I just have that now.
Yeah.
Neither did the neck tattoos, and I tried to scrub it off, but yeah, this is me. I'm out in public looking like this now. Showed my parents my face, my new face. Told them I got a permanent tattoo in my eyes and also on my neck. My mom was trying to be supportive. God bless her. My dad asked me if I was gay. Of course, I didn't want to give him a heart attack, so I told him the truth. But yeah, this is me now. I'm outside looking like this. This is what I do now. I'm emo. I'm officially emo. I'm looking like fucking Pete Wentz or some shit.
I asked Hasan if he's been called the F slur
Day
yet.
2 of being emo out in public.
That TikTok's popping off. What the fuck? I need to like start doing TikToks like that where I record myself in public. Oh fuck! I'm so jealous. You had a TikTok that popped off. It's only 4 hours. Oh fuck! I need to start like recording TikToks. You know.
I never thirst posted, but I thought you needed to know how good you look clean shaven. Your jawline and dimples really show. Thank you.
I was just telling him that.
The dimples, them dimples looking like they were piercing made. What does that mean? Oh, you mean like I got fake dimples with piercings or something? Is that what you're trying to say? Why is my hair? My hair looks like shit too. I think like the heat thing that I did to my hair like kind of cooked the front of my head a little bit, but whatever.
What heat thing?
You did not fire me and I water your AstroTurf. How could you forget me? Hasan says Hasan's gardener. You're giving Henry Rollins, to be honest. I love you even though you are always canceled. Yeah, it's not real. Okay, the cancellation is not fucking real, obviously. There's like 15,000 people in here in 30 minutes. Like, it's bullshit, as always. So, it is what it is, though.
I actually stopped watching you.
Yeah. Makeup remover wipes. I used them. So I did everything. I did everything right, and they indicted me. Let me tell you something. I used makeup remover wipes. It did not work. I used a makeup remover face wash. It did not work. I used this like Korean face wash, which I think is like, I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's dangerous. Okay. You take like a little nugget, like a little this much on, and then put it on your face. I feel like it's like melting everything from my face. I used that shit, still didn't take it out. I think I need like literal like paint thinner or something. Like I need to put, I don't know. You need an oil-based remover cleaner. I used everything. It's not, I haven't used coconut oil, but I'll try to do that as well. But anyway, the funniest part is like I was telling my mom and dad that like I got the eyeliner also tattooed, like that it was like permanent. And they lost it. Like they were legitimately terrified that I was like, I think they thought I was like going through something. You know what I mean? Like, because like not that. Well, my dad thought I was going through something, and that something was dick.
Sexual crap.
Yeah. My mom was like, "Are you okay?" But in like the nicest way possible.
Such a mom thing.
And it's so funny because like my brother is like egging it on too. He's like, "Yeah, it's real." Like. He was like on the FaceTime and he's fucking downstairs working on some like machinery in the background, like
building a spaceship.
Yeah, he's like, it's real. He literally did that. He got a tattoo.
I was saying on the podcast, I'm just so happy there are people like Murat in the world, and not everybody's like me. If everybody was like me, we would. Well, first of all, there just wouldn't be.
We'd be doing a lot of in vitro fertilization.
Yeah, which is banned in the state of Alabama.
It's true. We talked about that a lot this week.
God damn. And the guy's response was, "We need more babies."
Yeah.
And this was the solution, evidently.
You just be careful with coconut oil around your eyes if it gets in your eyeliner off really well, but it will blur your vision for an hour if you get it in your eyes. Okay, I'm not using that then. Use a cotton pad soaked in eye makeup remover before you get an eye infection, dog. It'll be fine. I think it'll come off eventually.
Yeah, I've had eyeliner on for days before. Every time I wear eyeliner, I can't get that shit off.
I've never had a situation where I can't get the eyeliner off.
Being a woman or wearing makeup must be so difficult because it's like every time I wear makeup, I get a zit, my pores clog, no matter how high quality the makeup is. It's so challenging. You know, like how do you ladies and what's the other one? The anybody, men, them, like MBs, that's what I meant. Yeah. Where makeup is so tough, you know, to get off.
That was great. You really covered all your bases. Yeah, Austin is an ally, guys. Ally. Isn't it just the remover is what you use? You need something more abrasive like cotton and rub it in like a Q-tip. I've had eyeliner on before. I've never had this much of a hard time taking it off, but it'll eventually leave.
Olive oil? Are you fucking nuts?
By the way, this not coming off. Like I scrubbed this shit. Like I was trying to like exfoliate it and stuff. It is so perma stuck on me. And I don't know how long it takes to get this shit off. I'm going to look it up right now, actually. Temporary tattoo. Okay. Well, Austin show, everybody.
No, wait. No, I'll be here for a second while my...
Austin show, everybody. He's still here. Temporary tattoo. How long do they last? Oh, it's just 2 to 6 days. Okay, that's fine. Use micellar water and soak it in a minute and it comes off. Emos use a waterproof eyeliner for the tears. Lolly. You need an oil-based remover. Yo, that's so funny. Oh my God, I never thought about it like that. First of all, Will Neff wasn't doing an ego lift. I will stand for that. Like, I as much as I want to shit on Will for, because he always says like he lifts more than me, which objectively he doesn't, and it's fine. But like this video is not because he was ego lifting. Look, his form is perfect. It goes all the way down. He doesn't touch his chest, but like if you look at it, apparently he did like 5. Okay. Look, he put it up and then it hits. I think he was either trying to re-rack it or he was going down again. And while he's trying to rack it, he hits the fucking, on the bar path, he hits the rack and it drops. That's it. Yeah. There's a difference in ego lifting There's a difference between ego lifting and like clipping the rack. It happens. It's like normal. It's 2 plates. It's 225.
Yeah, which
is he all right? Yeah, Will's gonna be. All
this
right.
is
He's
the
a
thing.
fucking tough guy.
Weightlifting. It's not about how much you lift. It's about how you lift it. But Will can handle that much weight in general.
Yeah,
like that ain't shit for Will. I think he just missed the rack.
That's what it looks like. It looks like it clipped on the rack. If you look at his like right, if you look at the right side, like it's very obvious that it hits it on the way down. Look, he does it. He pushes, and then see. Look.
No, that's fucking Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah, by the way, Ronnie Coleman's there, which is crazy. God, what a legend. Do the people worried that bench accident or convinced I was ego lifting? A, I'm totally fine. B, that's my normal working weight. C, I clipped the bar on the rack and it bent my wrist forward. I didn't drop it from being exhausted. D, people who said I didn't go far enough down with the bar on my reps. Fair. No, that's fine. I think people are fucking annoying about like his bar pathing looks good with the exception of when it clips. I watched it. He did like 5. It's literally harder, I would say. The real injury Will took was this one.
The ribs? I know, that's what I'm saying. Your ribs should not be hurting doing fucking glute bridges.
I mean,
I think. Oh,
Did you just fart?
did you go shit tick?
That's awesome.
Wait, go back.
That's awesome.
Your ribs should not be hurting doing fucking glute bridges.
I mean,
I think. Oh,
Did you just fart?
God, I love farts.
Oh,
Farts
God.
are so funny. Farts are so goated. It's just like
I shit my pants.
that's pretty funny because it's like, what?
I jumped out of the car and I shit my pants, but it was a false alarm. It wasn't like a full. I caught it just in time.
Explain further.
No, I'm not gonna explain further.
Elaborate. Can you bring
your
the
pants?
No, I haven't. I've never shit my pants. I don't even shit.
No.
I shit at the same time every day. It's like impossible for me to
Bro,
shit my
I was
pants.
in Texas. Everything's fucking fried. Okay, everything is fucking fried. Everything is fried.
Stop trying to make excuses
The water's
for shitting your
fried.
pants.
Okay, you can't eat any food. Like, what am I supposed to do? Cook in my kitchen that I don't have because I don't live there? I couldn't find healthy food. Everything is fried. So I shit my pants. Okay.
Like you actually
No, not really.
let out a wet one, like a shark that turned into a
it was very dangerous. It was a very close call.
fried water.
Oh shit. Okay.
You gotta go.
Hold on. Let me see. No, I don't. I got 30 seconds.
You shooting at the same time every day is so fucking autistic.
What?
Is it? I don't know. I mean, I do eat the same thing every day, and that definitely is autistic. That's not like that part is very autistic, but not the shitting every time at the same time. Where you said Will killed you here? Will completely annihilates
What do you think
Hasan?
of Emo Hasan? I didn't really see it besides that one clip. Will has opinions. That one clip of him like poorly lip syncing,
Let me tell you,
where he's just going
I have a take on Emo Hasan.
emo.
I think my friend is one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in the world. He looked like fucking dog shit. It's the ugliest he's ever looked. He
I
looked
agree.
like trash. And watching him miss lip sync induced like a ball tingling cringe in me. Like
Okay, I think you should be fine to cringe. Okay, to do cringe shit. I agree, but that was like kind of the point. It's not. I'm not supposed to look
felt
hot.
like testicles.
Jesus
come back
Christ,
up into me. It was
that's
horrible.
insane, brother.
The fucking description is so hardcore.
I agree. Like, I mean, I don't disagree with what he's saying. I don't think I look good at all. But like, god damn, dude, you didn't have to
All right,
fucking
guys.
kill me.
I'm out. Take care, everybody.
Austin, thank you for coming. I will see you. I think. Oh, here, let's do it again,
Yeah.
and then
Found it.
blow it up. Yeah.
All right. What a beautiful wedding. What a beautiful wedding. Sent a bridesmaid to a waitress. All right. Peace out.
All right, bye, Austin. Look at this motherfucker. Look, the trash is right in front of him, and he just leaves it. Like, it's crazy. Who behaves like this, man? Who behaves like this? It's crazy to me that he operates like this. It's just like, anyway, I'm constantly finding myself picking up after his ass. Fucking messy bitch. Okay. I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Thank you to 34 MKD no for 50 gifted subs. With a sense of rationality. Rate the eats? What the fuck is... Why does this look like a straw hat? Bro, you left the door open. Kaya's getting out. Can you bring Kaya in here? Kaya, come here. Can you bring the two chew toys that she has out there too? One under the table, and then the other one's like in the hallway. My brother in Islam, it is sunnah to wear eyeliner like the Prophet did. I'm glad you found your way back to Allah. Yeah, guyliner is actually like the Taliban wears guyliner. You know what I mean? Like guyliner can be very, very fine in the Islamic faith. That TikTok is banging though, and YouTube weird vid if you're in podcast doing well. Yeah. Please, Haas Daddy, I've been holding back watching Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I don't think I can hold it any longer. Don't worry. We're getting into it right now. Rojo Tortuga, thank you for the 20 gifted, my friend. How'd you go from a durag to emo in a week? Yeah, I wanted to show you guys, like, it's called range, baby. It's called range, baby. I got the durag fit off this week. I got the emo fit off this week. I got the streamer awards like business fit off this week. I went crazy with it. I got range. No, I'm not going to talk about the self-immolated dude. It's Sunday Fun Day. That's the least fun thing we can talk about on Sunday Fun Day. Not gonna lie, that cut isn't doing wonders for the hairline. What the fuck do you mean? My hairline is perfectly fucking fine, you animal. What are you, like 12? What do you got, like a fucking 12-year-old's hairline? Don't come in here and try to start shit, okay? More of that boring TikTok story today? Yes. I'm usually not a fan of the shave look, but the eyeliner is kind of doing something for me. I genuinely don't get it. I will say this much. Oh shit, I forgot to post my collaborative post, my collabo post. But I don't understand it. Like, I'll admit, no disrespect to Jake and Johnny, they're wonderful people. I don't know, like, I don't think I look good like this. But there's plenty of people who do like it. It seems. And, you know, if it's doing something for you, then that's great. And I'm happy for you guys. But it's like, I personally feel like I look crazy. You know what I feel like? I feel like I look hold on. I'm gonna do I'm posting an Instagram post right now. Sorry. You feel how you look, Smokey? No, I feel like I look like I'm like an old fucking punk rock guy who just looks like he shouldn't look this way at his old age. Like, I look like I'm 50. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like. I don't know if that's what I'm giving off to other people, but in my mind, maybe it's my own personal insecurities, but that's like how I feel. Like this photo here, I'll show you this much. I just posted as well, by the way. So go like it. But this specifically, this post. Yeah, here, this one. I think this literally, like, I feel like I look like Like I look like the front man for Rammstein or some shit. You know what I mean? I look like an elderly emo. Finally, you look like the old Hasan guy meme. But then I was looking at Jake. I was looking at Jake's TikTok. Yeah, I was looking at Jake's TikTok, and in that I look like I have the baby filter on. So it's like, it's weird. I'm just not used to seeing myself like that, if that makes sense. That's what it is. Like, I'm not used to seeing myself like this. So it just like feels weird, but I assume it feels weird for you guys too. Your 52-year-old self will wring your 32-year-old self neck for thinking you're old now. Like, look at this shit.
We fall out of line, out of line. I fall anywhere with you, I'm by your side. Swinging in the rain, humming melodies.
Yeah. I especially look like a baby in this one.
Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. You come along because
I don't know a single lyric, dude. I'm such a fucking poser. How much weight did you lose since the COVID lockdown? Like almost 50 pounds, almost. And a lot of recomp too. So I gained a lot more muscle again. So it's not 50 pounds. Yeah, I was 285 at my peak during COVID. And right now I'm like 243. Just a poser, not even a fan of Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe? Stop there and let me correct it. What's that in a real measurement? It's a lot, baby. It's like 20 kilos. I'm there right now, man. Got to start getting in the gym. Those big boys got to grind harder. What do you mean? I fucking grind nonstop. Google Henry Rollins or Milo Ackerman pics. They're exactly what you mean. 80s punks, Black Flag, and Descendants, and cool looking, but old. Chess say you look like them earlier too. Some people are saying I look like Brandon Urie, and others are saying I look like old emo guys. But anyway, or old punk guys. Kind of look like Brendan Urie if he got throat tattoos and was Turkish. Let me see what this motherfucker looks like. Hold on. Brendan Urie. Do I look like him? I don't think I look like him. I think he's just white. So people are saying I look like him. But yeah, this is all in 1 week, dude. New Vegas writer and game director Josh Sawyer going on Hasan stream.
Good sci-fi tabletop role-playing game system. Alien the RPG. Alien.
Oh, this is he's a Chapo head. He knows who I am. I'm shocked.
Would I ever be willing to go on Hasan's stream to talk about games and what influences your writing? Sure. I think I'm kind of a small bean for Hasan, but
That's so funny he said that. What the fuck? He knows who I am. That's crazy. I like his glasses. You have very dark hair and eyebrows with zero color on your skin. The facial hair balances out your face and makes how your fair skin look less dark. My husband has the same features, which is why he's a facial hair at all times. Yeah. This motherfucker has contributed to the trans community so much. Yeah, him and like Paradox Games have kept trans people alive, like unironically. He like, just, if it wasn't for fucking Fallout New Vegas, like, holy shit. It's dark to make a joke like that, but low key is just like the most important products for trans people. I would say up there with like HRT. Straight up. Asking trans people the like some TikToker could do that. Asking trans people, Paradox Games or HRT? Paradox Games or Fallout New Vegas with sex mods. Emo fan accounts were posting you? Wait, really? I have that shirt. Oh my God. Pierce the Ruthie. Where did the New Vegas trans meme even start? These aren't like memes. I think it's just the reality, if that makes sense. Anyway, I posted a collaborative post with Jake and Johnny. Go like it. Go hit that with a like. Okay. It's fun to see you in different styles. Don't listen to the haters. I mean, I never listen to the haters. Let's be real. I do whatever the fuck. I do whatever the fuck I want, no matter what. This one I posted because it looks so fucking emo. I don't know why. I just look actually kind of sad. With the hair thing that I put on, with the wig that I put on, I literally looked like a I looked like the No Country for Old Men. Anthony Chigurj. Bro, beards are really makeup for men. Yeah, for sure. I think I look a lot better with a beard. Like, let's be for real. I think I look ridiculous here, okay? Like, absolutely ridiculous. But like at the same time, the look is sick. Like, I think both Johnny and Jake look awesome, right? Like, they both look sick. They both look dope. They pull it off. I don't think I do, if that makes sense. Smosh Anthony Padilla looking ass. You look like you're under 30 with your face shaved. Yeah. The current dumbass Twitter saga happened on the perfect day to help you method act the feelings part of being emo. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I was thinking about the Twitter shit, and it's just Twitter. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Even if it moves beyond Twitter, it still doesn't fucking matter. I think it matters if I make it matter and get fucking upset about it over and over again. There's no fucking reason. It's just like, I don't really care. Yeah, dude, I hate real workers. You got me. That's why I spend all of my fucking life's work trying to improve workplace conditions, get people to fucking unionize and stuff, because I hate it. Because I hate real workers. That's why. It's literally like, I get it. People wanna get mad at someone. That's fine. It's okay. Have you seen Asmongold defend you? It's so funny telling him it's dumb chat that you got clipped out of context. Yeah, Asmon does that a lot. Like, where he'll just be like, no, you're fucking wrong. And we'll straight up tank the fucking hate. But I think because you were just kind of doing the emo stereotype, because if you were actually emo, you'd find out what works for you and what doesn't. True. Good take. I agree. Cody Co had a very similar take like a week ago and no one said shit. Yeah, because everybody likes Cody, because Cody's not a Twitch streamer. Nobody likes Twitch streamers because Twitch streamers get clipped out of context a lot. And also everybody loves like shitting on streamers. Like, oh, they don't do anything. They just sit around and fucking watch videos, which is true. Like, it's not even wrong. What Jake said was true. You're more punk than emo. Yeah, when I was going through my closet, I realized like I do have a shit ton of punk stuff. I think mostly because punk is very political. And I was talking to Jake about this as well. like there's a lot of leftist elements in punk. So I think like that's part of the reason why I have a lot of like I mean, I don't really listen to a lot of music, obviously, as you guys know, but I will say that a lot of the clothing I have is very punk. And somewhat goth even, maybe sometimes. Because like this is a shirt, this is what I wear normally. You know what I mean? Like I wear this. This is my normal stuff. Like my normal outfits are without the fucking guy liner and the neck tattoo. Like it's just still kind of punk. I'm recording punk emo music as I watch you Lamau. Punk band Dead Kennedy is very political. I feel like subculture aesthetics are hard to like on yourself when you don't identify with the subculture. I think so too. That's probably what it is. I'm fucking, turns out, according to the Are You Emo test, I'm more emo than Johnny, but because I have the sadness in me. Why can't you look good and silly at the same time? You can. I just don't know if this is like doing things for people. Anyway, most punk is political. That's why you need a nice to anarchist phase. Yeah. My beard hides the emo-ness. Yeah, this is it. This is me now. But the funniest part is this, because I was like, this morning, I went out and I fucking played basketball. And I'm like playing against like normal people. You know what I mean? And they're looking at me like, and I'm trying to figure out why they're looking at me all weird. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It's because this is what my face looks like right now. But it's LA, so I guess like they're used to it. A guy actually thought I got like prison tats. Like he thought my tattoos were real. Murat's food is almost here. Let me text them. Anyway. My Chemical Romance, Gerald Way, Joe Rogan's cousin. Can't outcompete a leftist in feeling miserable? Yeah, all the time. When you get some real ink, homie, dude, I'm just gonna fucking, one of these days, I'm just gonna say YOLO, fly to Japan by myself, and link up with the tattoo artist that did John Mayer, which is like a month-long process apparently, because he does it with like old school, and just get a full-blown fucking sleeve and just come back with a sleeve, a different person. A toothpick changes everything. Try a fucking full-blown Japanese Yakuza style sleeve. You know what I mean? That shit hurts? No, I thought he said it didn't hurt. Anyway. Anyway, I just wanted to ask how you're doing. I hope the Twitter drama isn't letting you down. We love you so much. You do great work, and I'm sorry for what happened. It's fine. It happens every fucking week or so, and then it falls apart. Like, people don't have the same... I don't think, like, there's the same cultural cachet that, like, drama once used to have. Doors open. Stick and poke tattoos hurt, but not that badly. Do it. I have a couple of tattoos, literally threw up for the first time. Tattoos change body chemistry, just so you know. Wait, really? I don't even know what happened. Yeah, what happened is like I was in the morning yesterday, before I even blasted off, I was talking about how like I talked about how like my social battery runs out when my social battery runs out when I do like 9-hour streams. In a way where like I can't be social afterwards, and it sucks. And in comparison to like my other real big boy jobs in the past, especially sales, where I was like client facing, I would say that streaming is more soul crushing and soul sucking. Those are the terms I use. And they clipped it to be like, Hasan thinks real jobs are not as, like, Hasan thinks streaming is much more difficult than a real job. And it was like not my point at all. But it's just all the fucking blue check mark Twitter drama farmers and click peddlers, click pushers posting it over and over again. Regardless of the context, like I basically showed the context as well. OTK's Wilnev said pretty much the same thing about just getting a full sleeve at once. That's been my dream for the longest time. Since I was like a little baby. Whatever you say, you make it more enemies than friends. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it's all the same actors. They don't watch, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure that for as far and wide the drama spreads and as far and wide, like there will always still be people that go, wait a minute, I want to see this for myself. Even to be like, fuck this guy. You know what I mean? So they come in and they're like, okay, never mind. I totally misunderstood this person's perspective and maybe he's not an asshole. Yeah, people just like make up stuff too. They're like, your dad is a multimillionaire. Like I take care of my parents financially. So it's that part is also additionally funny and ridiculous, but whatever. And I'm very proud to do so. Like I'm an incredibly fortunate person. I'm incredibly lucky. I'm incredibly fortunate. I recognize the privilege that I have, especially with my affluent beginnings. And I don't know. The commentary YouTube click is deranged. Yeah. I think they see that like Twitter is more right wing than ever before, and they kind of lean into it, I think, to just like maintain their centrist balance, which always means like assuming the dumbest fucking position possible. Anyway, let's watch the emo fan cams that came out of this. This is not even emo music. What the fuck? It's Benny Benazzi. Is that a promise ring, 12-inch in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Jesus Christ. I had someone in my replies who thought you played COD for 8 hours a day, bro. I wish Lamau. Yeah. What is this?
I can hear Will listening to a Hasan clip over there.
He misses him.
I even know what the clip is.
What is it?
Oh, it's Hasan talking about sync streaming reduces your social battery pretty fast, and everyone jumped on him for it.
Oh, it does because you're chit-chatting. You're talking to people. Every time I finish stream, I need like 2 hours of just quiet time before I hang out with friends.
I can hear.
Yeah. Every streamer goes through this. Like they basically will say something similar. And I did explain this as well. Like I have a dead zone where like for an hour at least, I have to just like blankly stare at a fucking wall after I'm done streaming. And it's like you have to reset a little bit. And I think like the closest you come to that is probably, like I said, like a call center job or some shit, which is fucking awful. Obviously, didn't you say you shouldn't engage with this? No, I mean, I'm talking through it, but it doesn't matter because like the way that people see streamers, and it's understandable to feel that way because like hella people, the reality
I actually
is,
wasn't even planning on.
So many motherfuckers, honestly, understandably, are in horrifying financial circumstances. And it's just like, it creates a lot of anger and a lot of resentment. Something I've said since like the house drama. If you remember, the first time I talked to Ethan on Leftovers with the house drama, Ethan was like, fuck the haters. Like, they fucking suck, fucking pieces of shit. And I was like, no, man, I get it. I get it. Like, I totally get it. You're looking at this guy who like doesn't deserve it at all, thinking that there is a person who does, but there isn't really anyone who deserves wealth, right? Like it's not a thing. And the reality of the matter is like you see these fucking lazy, spoiled pieces of shit that are just like you, nothing profound, right? I don't have anything that like stands out than the average person. And in many instances, like talented celebrities, artists, and whatnot, they don't have anything that actually stands out either, but they're not as accessible, and their entire brand is completely manufactured by, you know, a multi-billion-dollar industry that props them up as these deities. So with streaming, you don't get to present yourself in the best light because you can't, because you're live for 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 4 hours a day, uninterrupted. And not only are you uninterrupted, but you're also having a back and forth conversation with people. So you can sometimes say something that is misconstrued very easily. So for that reason, I think it's like a powder keg where, like I said, people are going through their own shit and they fucking hate it. They're angry. They're angry at the world. And then they see this fucking bullshit, dumbass, lazy, petulant fucking child complain about, oh, woe is me. Yeah, of course you're going to get fucking mad. I totally get it. Now, that courtesy does not extend to the people that knowingly are clipping shit out of context and are content creators themselves, you know? But other than that, it's perfectly understandable to be resentful towards rich people. Okay. Oh, thank you. Did you take all the chocolate too? Oh, thank God. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Okay. Hadi bay bay. Arabayı koydun mu şeye? Murat! Murat! Did you put the car back in the garage? Oh, perfect. Thank you. İmo var mı? You should get Logan Paul's PR company. They fix his reputation right up. I doubt it. I think a lot of people still hate him pretty aggressively. But yeah, there's always a level of jealousy and envy towards wealthy entertainers. The same discourse happens to actors, musicians, pro sports. Yeah, but there's a difference here. For actors, celebrities, whatnot, they're unattainable. And like I said, they're positioned as like almost deities, like something that you cannot achieve, where streamers don't have that. You know what I mean? But it ultimately it's fine. It's like apparently Asmongold's getting fucking like yelled at for defending me on this issue. Let's see what he had to say.
Streaming today, I was like, I think I'm gonna just take the day off. But I started reading Twitter. I was like, man, there's a lot of retards. Like, we gotta talk about this. Millionaire streamer Hasan Piker claims that
bro dropped it in the first fucking second.
A real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way that streaming will.
Wait, why did he like this?
The funny thing about this is that this kid goes and he says this to try to like fucking throw up a white flag. He's like, no, I'm actually on your side. I agree with them. Bro, quit the fucking capping. Like, this kid is lying. You're lying. What do you mean you agree with his tweet when you preface it by saying millionaire streamer?
That's so funny.
You
Boomer
really think that
bookmarking.
we don't like, you think I haven't spent the last 20 years seeing Fox News do this shit? Seeing CNN do this shit? He definitely is trying to roast the shit out of him. Like, what are we talking about? What a little rat. I can't believe this. It's like this guy goes and farms a bunch of hate.
What makes this discourse so stupid is that every streamer who's giving an honest reaction is going to agree with you. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. And the streamers who don't will do it to be like, look, I'm so different. Like, they know almost every single streamer that streams for a long period of time knows how much your fucking social battery runs out because you're basically delivering a fucking presentation. And it's like, it shocked me how much traction this drama got. I saw one post with 150K likes. Yeah, because I'm at the peak of this. I am, one, a streamer. Everybody hates streamers because we have an incredibly cushy job. Two, in a time of like dire economic circumstances. Two, I'm a leftist streamer. So like on top of that, they're like, ooh, leftist, but also simultaneously rich. Fuck this guy. Yeah. This is literally what you're talking about. It's not about you streaming. It's about the money. Yeah, look at this. Hasan Piker taking a private jet to Coachella because he's a principled anti-capitalist. Like, it's all shit like this, and it pops off so fucking hard. But anyway, yeah. House gets mentioned. The one time I took a fucking... Dude, when I did this, I literally made like 30 grand a year, dumb fuck. I was working. 30 grand a year. They fucking let me go on a private jet for the David Dobrik squad. Not that it matters. Yeah, they got like a... This whole thing is a farm hate. The OG guy who posted this tweeted, easiest bait of my life. Yeah. Listen. Asmin evened it out. Don't worry.
That's vile. I do wish that we could have like a law.
34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 get the subs.
That every single time that a girl or a guy.
Okay, I don't care about this. Anyway, someone roasted that Willie guy too. Bro's tweeting about Hasan while his bowels are trying to kill themselves. Wait, what? I'm shitting my liquid. Someone sent Gob in a dark 24 hours. Only positive is Abba and Preach watching my vid. That's funny. All right. Anyway, let's move on from this. It's all good. It's just so fucking dumb. All of it is so dumb. It's always the same shit. It's like, oh, I'm socialist but rich. Whatever. Yeah, I know. I think the meta commentary off of this that is truly interesting is how far and how fast like false narratives will spread, especially on Twitter, and like people have no interest in finding out what the correct, like what the truth is. You know what I mean? But everyone will get over it by tomorrow. It doesn't really fucking matter. Twitter has gotten fucking completely out of control. The Taylor Lorenz Chaya Rachik one is so good and is so goated. I'm gonna save this for tomorrow. I did talk to yeah, even Asmin Shadow was like, I don't care about Hasan Steak, I just hate him. It doesn't matter. Yeah, who cares? Whatever. I wouldn't get too upset about what this is to be the best feature Apple has added every 2 weeks, guys. Think about you. Yeah. Abi parmağından ne var? Yeah, I painted my nails amına koyayım. Evet. Ellerim tırnaklarımı boyadım amına koyayım. Tırnaklarımı boyadım. Oh, Chaya, not Chaya. You're right. This interview is 53 minutes. I will give you a teaser on it. Okay? I'll give you a teaser on this. Are you ready for this? You might be wondering, first of all, Taylor fucking lasers Chaya. Two things that come out of this. One, don't fuck with a journalist. Like, you might not agree with some of Taylor's takes or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. She is a real life, very reputable journalist. I know that a lot of people on Twitter act like she's not, but she is. Okay? It does not matter what her perspective is. It does not matter. Like, she is going to do her fucking job. And as a real journalist who does her job, she knows how to ask certain questions. Now, what I find really funny, two things I find really funny about this. One, people don't realize how fucking dumb these motherfuckers on Twitter are, especially on the right, because they're constantly propped up by a hug box of like also equally dumb or even dumber right-wingers. So all that cycle gets to their goddamn head where they think they're going to perform. They think that they can just like get away with being just as dumb in the fucking real world against someone who actually is contentious. Of course they're not going to get away with that. It's so funny because like the best part of the interview, I think it might be this one. I'll just show you this.
I'm curious kind of how you're thinking.
Oh, this part is really funny too. There was another, the obvious like hilarious part of the interview is when she's like, it does seem like you're telling people what they need to do and what they can and can't do in their own homes. She's like, what about the truth? Like, it was just like so fucking dumb. She is so stupid. But like I said, I'm teasing it a little bit. Because I will talk about this tomorrow. Okay. And I'll talk only about this part behind the top of the hour ad break. That's right. If you want to see the uninterrupted broadcast, including at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 for free with the Twitch Prime. That's right, baby. Woo! That's right. First of the day. I'm on it. I'm on point. Let's freaking go. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, she was wearing a shirt. She was wearing a fucking shirt with like Taylor's face on it. And it's so hilarious to see when you're like, I love this interview because it's like a perfect demonstration of like what these fucking dumbass right wingers look like in the real world. You know what I mean? Demonstration. Outside of their Twitter equally dumb. The insane t-shirt. The lack of coherent the insane t-shirt with tremendous violent conviction. I love this interview because it's a perfect demonstration of what these weirdos look like out of their Twitter echo chamber of equally dumb reactionary followers. You look like an insane. You look like the lack of coherent points with tremendous violent conviction. I love this interview because it's a perfect demonstration of what these weirdos look like outside of their Twitter echo chamber of equally dumb reactionary followers. Just silly, dumb. Just no. Doesn't sound emo enough. Bro, she looks like a parody of a right-winger. They are. Kaya is a parody of a right-winger, basically. She's like, she is literally everything that we talk about with respect to the right. Like, she's stupid. She has like all this conviction about like the violence that they believe. Like, they just look unhinged. Yeah. That's the word. Yeah. The lack of coherent points with tremendous violent conviction. I love this interview because it's a perfect demonstration of what these weirdos look like out of their Twitter echo chamber of equally dumb reactionary followers, unhinged and very stupid. Anyway, so what I was trying to say is, I'm going to show you the best part. This is like one of the best parts, but I will give you guys the real smoke here, the real tea. Because you might be wondering, how the fuck did this video get uploaded to Taylor Lorenz's channel? Because Taylor posted this interview that makes Kaya look so bad. Kaya look so fucking bad. And it's clear that it's not like a professional Washington Post person that's like actually filming. Because when you look at it, it's like
transgenderism, which I believe you suggested.
Like with the camera angles and whatnot, it's like obviously this is not a professional thing at all. So how did she get this fucking interview? How did she, like, why did Chaya agree to this? Well, it turns out she was the one who suggested it. And she thought she looked good, so she sent it to Taylor. Like the person who filmed it sent it. That's how fucking stupid they are. She didn't even prepare for it. And then on top of that, the lack of self-awareness made her think that she was killing it in this conversation. Oh my Lord.
Kate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that.
There ain't no way these are lies. No. I literally, okay, think about it this way. How the fuck did Taylor post this on her own YouTube page then? Did she have a separate person film it in secret? Why would Chaya sit down and be fine with this interview? These are questions I immediately had because I was like, that's what I asked her. I was like, how did you upload this video? Like, how were you able to secure this interview with a terrorist and also simultaneously like upload it? And she thinks like how did this happen? Like, why did she not walk away for 55 minutes? And it is because, and I've told you this before, sheer arrogance. Sheer fucking arrogance. She's wearing Taylor's face on her t-shirt. Like, all of this, from context clues, you can understand, thinks that, like, all of this presents the reality that, like, Chaya Raichik legitimately thought this was a banger. Okay? She thought this was a fucking banger. She, one, thought that she was going to demolish Taylor in the marketplace of ideas. Very dumb idea, obviously. This is a professional journalist. She does this for a fucking living. And then two, even after she got fucking destroyed, she still thought that this was going to go well for her. Like, people were going to receive this and be like, everybody hates Taylor Lorenz, so obviously people will be on my side. Fuck no. Even the biggest dick riders of right-wing reactionary thought are openly shitting on Chaya Raichik right now, being like, the fuck were you thinking?
What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives?
There you go. That's the guy, by the way. You can see him in the fucking... This is the guy. This is the guy who's filming it. It's her person filming it, who sent it to her as well.
What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
No, I never said that. They could... the whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I'd like,
come on, these are basic points. You should have this. You're this passionate about like killing trans people, or at least like in the most charitable assessment, even though she does not deserve even a fraction of charitability. You don't like trans people and you don't want them to exist in society. You've openly admitted as such. You should at least have a consistent fucking, you should have a consistent narrative here at least that you cooked up. It blows my mind that she literally hasn't even done a little bit of the background to just like have a good talking point about this issue. Like one that at least transphobes could jump on to be like, that's right. That's right. She's right here. She popped off on this. You know what I mean?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are.
Oh my gosh, did you actually not shower? I showered 3 times and also used makeup wipes. It's not coming off, Master Crowley.
A nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's
the harm? Is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is. Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth. What is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong. Is there a material harm necessarily?
So there's no harm.
I didn't say that.
It's just so bad. It's so incredibly bad. This clip banged on Twitter. Obviously, like a lot of people were making fun of her. This part was one of the funnier moments. Again, showing how insanely unhinged she is.
I'm curious kind of how you're thinking, you know, when you think about the way that you put out content and the way that you think about growing your media empire.
Here, this is a blowjob.
I don't know what. I'm curious.
Excellent move, Chaya. Quick, hold up. Guys, hold up. I just Googled blowjob on my phone. I haven't seen debate tactics this fucking powerful since XQC did the motherfucking worm, okay? I have not seen a debate move this strong. I think like her goal here was to unironically showcase herself as someone where like, you know, it's kind of ableist to debate them publicly like this. You know what I mean? She was like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's my strategy. I'm going to look like I have my mental faculties are just in disarray. Therefore, people will go, wow, that's really fucked up for Taylor Lorenz dunking on someone who has the mental capacity of like a 3rd grader. This is the most charitable I can be to Chaya Raichik, okay? This is the most. She's so mad too. Just to summarize my interview with Taylor Lorenz, she's not at all concerned about our open borders and millions of people invading our country. She's pro-mutilation and castration of minors. She wants porn in schools. She wants the media to be allowed to defame me with impunity. She wants me to be responsible for all the reactions, comments, and actions that happen after I post a TikTok, but doesn't want to take responsibility for what happens after her reporting on me. She's a lizard person. She's scared of people knowing her age. She's still wearing a mask outdoors in 2024. Yeah. Good. All I'm going to say is Chaya Raichik should have done the worm, okay? If she had pulled that move, it would have been excellent and it would have owned, and not a single person would say that she looked bad there. Can we talk more about Chaya's fit? Sure. I feel like you shouldn't be going after anyone's identity and sense of self-integrity when you dress like this. Yeah, I didn't know this was a thing. Guys, I've never seen this before, but this is the longest denim skirt of all time. I gotta send this to fucking the throwing fits boys, dude. Cause this is like, Canadian mermaid. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Seeing the fit also leans into what I was talking about with the whole like insanity plea. Okay. Seeing the outfit also still contributes to the point I was making that I think she's deliberately trying to make herself look like she was a car crash victim who is now allowed to dress herself for the first time since the incident. It's like a please go easy on me. I don't know what I say type beat. Stolen joke? Yeah, dude, I stole my own joke from like a year ago and 2 years ago and 3 years ago. It's a fucking thing I say all the time. She's wearing a singular jean. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. What the fuck is happening? How do you even walk? You got no mobility in them things, right? What happens if you fall over in that shit? You just accept it and roll around on the floor? I don't know how you get up. I genuinely don't know. Like, you can't get up without assistance. What would this be? Like, it's not even a jert. It's like a jean. She took skinny jeans and stitched the side seams together. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. This also, wait, hold on. Hold on. Guys. Yeah, this is a dress, but with a J. A jert. It's one jean. Okay, listen. This also, I'm going to be honest with you. It does feel like she was prepared to do the worm. Because if you're going to do the worm, which is an excellent expert level debate tactic, this is the one fit that you wear to do the worm. She was so prepared to do the worm. Why did she not do it? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the one outfit that you literally could do the worm in, and you would look like you would look unironically like worm-like. Another view of this incredible fit. Oh my God. She has to stand like that. Genuinely hilarious that they were laughing at Taylor for wearing a mask during the interview when Kaya showed up wearing ski jorts. What's the worm? I don't know what you're talking about. Famously, XQC debated my friend Ethan Klein of the H3H3 podcast a while ago. And I mean, immediately it came up. Look, here it is.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the fucking worm than watch your
Do
prime,
that.
than watch.
And obviously the interview like kind of fell apart a little bit. Like the debate kind of fell apart. So XQC hit one of the most classic moves I've ever seen. Like it instantly became it was a canon moment. It became an iconic moment almost instantly. The debate was about React. I think it was like a React Gate or something. And this is his own chat. Ethan's right. XQC's trying to fight a losing battle. I said it.
Watch your prime content.
Do it for a week.
Bro, you are fucking delusional. Says you. Say you don't gamble. How can X correct errors if he's in
A week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content at least.
You like it?
Yes, do that, bro. Do it.
He lost the debate but won the culture. He lost the debate but won the war. I'm telling you, this is like, oh, I paused it at the right moment too. Then he fucking grabs his penis, but yeah, his millimeter Peter. But this is a pivotal moment in the field of blood sport online. After this, no debate was ever the same. This is what victory in the marketplace looks like. Yes, yes, it is what it looks like. When you just fucking hit the worm like that.
Crying in the corner.
Mid-debate. You can't, you know, you notice how Ethan has nothing. Notice how he has nothing. He has no retaliation, no recourse whatsoever. In that moment, you can see. In that moment, you can see the panic behind his eyes. He's like, I've been bested by my intellectual superior. I have been outpaced by an intellectual giant. And that's it. In this moment, Klein was completely disarmed, both mentally and physically. Humbled, yes. Even the giraffe is ashamed.
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, his skeleton killed himself. This guy is delusional. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so good. The best part is that that's not the worm. That's the worm. That is the worm now. You need to stop. You need to cut it with this nonsense. All the naysayers in the chat going like, oh, that's not a proper worm.
Reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner. Oh, okay, sure.
Let me tell you something, okay? It might not have been the worm before that moment, but now it is. This is now the worm. It's changed. The world changed, dude. Ecstasy wormed on my Ethan till I climbed. It's the inchworm. Okay. All right, we're moving on from this. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of update and a little bit of a teaser on what's going on there with the Chaya Reichik situation. Here's an update addressing the Omah Lay situation, part 1.
Hi everyone. I said I was going to do a story time and tell my side of the story because the amount of hate that I'm getting called all types of things that I've never even heard before. Like, it's getting a bit scary and I keep coming, like, whoa. So I really want to explain myself.
My controversial opinion is that she does not deserve death threats for this. I mean, she's a bad person, but like the internet doesn't just like lay back. They love going fucking nutty over this shit. This is the lady that, for those of you who don't know, this is the lady that basically fucking cucked her boyfriend in front of thousands of people and then millions subsequently when that shit went viral on Twitter. And of course, like, she's a bad person. She did something really fucking bad, okay? But like, I do sometimes think that this is not healthy. It's not healthy that we know who she is. It is Omah Lay, not Omah Lay. No, didn't I say Omah Lay? Bad person is a stretch? No, she did a bad thing. I don't think it's a stretch. Like, she very publicly humiliated her significant other. That's not a good person. That's a bad person. Okay? Most canceled law, right? It's a joke. Cancellation is in quotes for that reason. She didn't fuck Omah. She danced. Yes, she was pulled up on stage by Omah Lay after presenting herself as though she was single when she wasn't. And she went on stage and grinded with him and, like, you know, she grabbed him, grinded with him, like, went above and beyond. Okay? 100%. She humiliated her boyfriend. It wasn't just like a little bit of a dance. She was like hugging this dude's crotch. Okay? And I'm not going to relitigate this conversation. And yes, I do believe that, yes, if she were a man, I doubt she'd get this amount of hate. That part is probably true as well. Okay? That part is also true. But that doesn't change the dynamic of this particular situation. That's it. It's on no one but herself. Her damn self. And it turns out the relationship was a year long, for accurate information. Thank you, Chatter, for clarifying. Not 7. She was in a year-long relationship with this man who, she humiliated. It's not a good thing to do. Very publicly humiliated in front of a massive crowd. Okay? Now, does she deserve death threats and stuff for that? No, of course not.
And address a few rumors as well. But obviously, before I get that started, I want to publicly apologize to him. Obviously, me and him, we've had private conversations where we spoke, but since it was public, I think the right thing for me to do is to publicly apologize to him. Like, that was bad, but it was honestly a mistake. If I knew this would get this far, I wouldn't even go to the concert. I don't know, because this is not worth the hate that I'm receiving. But yeah, since it was public, I want to publicly apologize to him. So yeah, let's just get straight into the story. The rumors, actually, I want to address the rumors first. So first of all,
if I'm in a committed relationship and I got Dua Lipa's show and she invites this on stage to grind on me, how do you respond? I wouldn't do it. It's that simple. That's ridiculous. You can cap all day if you want, but I just would not do that. I think it's it's a bad thing to do. You're cheating. You're violating the boundaries. You're violating the boundaries of your relationship. It's ridiculous. I think that is a totally ridiculous thing to do. It's a bad thing to do. I don't know how. It's pretty black and white, I would say. I don't know why people are still trying to argue about it. You're a better man than me. Hasan just doesn't know how to dance. No, it's like, guys. You're trying to go on stage so you can grind with the person. That's it. That's true. That's the whole purpose. Is OD to call her a bad person? No, I think she's a bad person. A person that does something that bad is not a good person. I mean, she's acknowledging it. So I don't know why chatters are still trying to defend it.
Who's Fafa? No, who's that person? Whoever said that my name is Fafa, can you come? No, come please. Because I literally went on stage. I literally said my name is Jess. I said it twice. So I don't know how people are getting this in,
Double standard much, Hasan? You didn't criticize Alicia Keys for dancing up on Usher at the Super Bowl? It's pretty funny because they're performers. And it's hilarious. I didn't even think about this, but I straight up made this exception. I made this exception already where if you're a fucking performer or if you're an actor, that's entirely different. You know what I mean? That chatter is joking, by the way, but yeah, but it deserves clarity. I wasn't even thinking about this, but I don't know if you know this, but this was rehearsed. You don't just go on stage randomly on a whim and start hugging Usher. You know what I mean? It's very likely a part of the rehearsed performance that they were doing. Yeah. Also, Swizz was totally fine with it. He said it was totally fine. Yeah. Anyway, Kai also had the guy on the stream to do a 20 versus 1.
Information from. That's not my name, please. Like, no. And also people saying that he's the one that bought the tickets. Who told you that as well? Who said he's the one that bought the tickets? It was me.
Okay, these points are irrelevant. Like, I don't really understand what the fuck. I thought there was like something more interesting here.
The one that bought the tickets. I wanted me and him to have a good time because, you know, like, we're young, like real young. So, like, I thought this is a good thing to do. Let me just take my man to a concert. Let's have fun. Like, that's it. There's nothing wrong with that. I beg. Since when is it illegal to do so? Since when? That just tells you a lot, because us women, we can do things as well. Like, if I want to take my man out, I'll take my man out. So yeah, like I said, it was me. Anyways, also, me and him, like, we've had private conversations about going on stage with Omah Lay, because he does this at his shows. If you really know Omah Lay, you will know that he's done this in his past, at his past concerts. Like, this is what he does. This is literally what he does. Like, it's nothing new. So obviously, I said, being at him at—
She's clout farming at this point, narcissistic fuck. Yeah, no, for sure. I think she is definitely trying to do two things. One, try to, like, I guess, like, and this is misguided of her, try to stop the flow of hate coming in her direction. If you respond and you're already, like, you've already been vilified for good reason, you're not going to be able to come back from that by, like, you know, putting a banger apology out there. But I think on top of that, she's also, so she's misguided on that front. But I do think that she's also trying to, like, take the additional media attention and, like, turn it into something that's beneficial for her. And that's also not really going to work either. That's not going to work. It's just, like, it's ridiculous. All this will do is make people more reaffirmed in their position, double down, and fucking hit the high note. Because, like, you know, it's just, you're giving more, you are allowing the hate train to continue by, like, by feeding back into it. Try to get Kai to pay for her to appear on stream. Yeah. I think that the best thing for her to do, the HasanAbi School of PR, which is advice I never listened to myself, would be to just, you know, go offline for a little bit and then live your life afterwards and not try to make yourself more public.
At this conversation, like I said to him, if I was to get called on stage, I'm going to go on stage. And he said that's fine. Like, he's been saying that's fine. Like, me and him never, ever, ever had an issue with me going on stage, even when the time came.
This will be forgotten in 2 weeks? No, this will be forgotten in 2 days. It's over.
There was a video where people was—
This might be a conservative blind spot for you. Wait, what do you mean? A blind spot in what respect? I think I'm very balanced here. I'm even, like, recognizing that, like, the internet is so fucking busted and so broken that under other circumstances, like, a lot of people don't see themselves in this situation, but, like, people do shit that's bad and fucked up. People are bad sometimes, okay? And they might just be bad consistently, as a matter of fact. They might be bad people. And a lot of people don't recognize that, like, you yourself could find yourself in a situation like this that, like, goes way above and beyond as, like, a normal person, as a civilian in the world. Okay, for doing something that's, like, genuinely fucked up and genuinely bad, but then, like, the reaction to it will greatly outmatch the action and the consequence. The consequence of that action in the real world is just you break up, you lose you lose your significant other, you break up, your friends are probably going to think about you differently. You know what I mean? In this situation, however, now you're, like, being fucking probably doxxed, having your fucking family get called and shit like that. It happens almost every single time, so I'm assuming that it's probably happening to her too, because it happens to me all the fucking time. I'm a very public person, so it's different, but It happens to pretty much every single person that ever gets like in the spotlight. Even major celebrities, the more they respond to it, the worse it gets. Amy Schumer is an example I used before. Another instance where like a celebrity is doing something that's worthy of criticism and worthy of people getting mad, but of course not worthy of like having her child's school be called and shit. You know what I mean? And yet, that's just how it works. That's just how it is online. You know what I mean? That's just literally how it is. Nah, her friends were schooling for her. The internet are the only ones yelling at her and her Nigerian family. No. Even her friends after the show were caught on tape being like, yeah, girl, that shit was fucked up. What are you thinking? You grabbed his penis. That's what they said. Her friends were telling her immediately that she was in the wrong. That's like, come on, dude. When you got your ride or die bitches on the side, you know what I mean? And I don't mean like bitch in a bad way. I mean like your girls, right? And they're fucking telling you fucked up. You fucked up. They said you hugged his dick. Yeah. Anyway, Kai had the boyfriend on stream, by the way, last night. He had a banger stream. Here it is.
And 7, I'm gonna exchange your info with ISO. All right?
Okay.
How do you honestly, like, do you see yourself like, just testing the waters a little bit?
You talking to me or him?
Yeah, 7, you.
I just gotta see. The accent's cute. I can hear that in the morning, but I don't know. I just gotta see. I gotta see.
Okay. And ISO, will you be willing to, test the waters a little bit?
Yeah, just that she said I gotta see.
All right. I'm gonna and 7, I'm gonna exchange your info with ISO. All right?
Okay.
How do you honestly, like, do you see yourself like, just testing the waters a little bit?
That's the boyfriend. This is the new girl that won the 20 versus 1. I think she should only receive actual consequences from people in her immediate life. There should be a cautionary tale for what is form of soft cheating and how it can hurt your partner so much. Yeah, Kai's doing lover hosts out here. I've been telling Austin to fucking get back on the train and stop being so goddamn lazy and make content. The world needs it now more than ever. Bro, realize he's not finding love with this Kaisenat E-date?
Drake, but if I had a boyfriend and Drake asked me to go up on stage, if my man was with me, I'd probably get down on my knees and slurp up my man right in front of Drake.
Wait, whoa.
to prove my loyalty.
Wait, you're telling me?
I'm about that.
Hold on. You're telling me if your man, right?
This is insane. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fucking moly. Based. Shut up, chat. They're fucking performing. You're out of your mind. All right. But insane in the right direction, it's not real. Like, y'all are crazy. Oh, we talked about Will lifting, breakdancing, dad situation, Bubble Boys. Okay, let's get to it. A lot of you guys are requesting this. You're going crazy over it. You're getting mad over it for me not locking the fuck in. Okay, we're back to who the fuck did I marry? It's happening. We're fucking tapped in. We still got the SNL Shane Gillis episode. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. We're going to be doing that as well. As far as recaps goes, I'm not going to recap it one more time. It's so much fucking content. You didn't miss anything. If you, I didn't get to watch from this is literally the part 2. Okay, this is part 2. We got a man who's 6'4". Okay, and apparently it takes you a long way. Perhaps too long. Okay, perhaps too freaking long. I didn't really I watched like 2 parts yesterday, and then I got stun locked because I was getting fucking ass blasted online over a thing that I don't believe yet again, being clipped out of context yet again. Okay? Ain't no way you believe he's 6'4". I'm just saying she believes that he's 6'4".
What's up, my friends? And
So for the interest for my interest as a journalist, as an honest to God journalist, a professional journalist who does this professionally, you know, no memes. Okay. This is I'm a journalist. I'm a TikTok T journalist. This is a lady who works with the Georgia State Police. She's a civilian. She's not a cop. She meets a man. The man is 6'4". This is before the plandemic happens. Okay. I am the Jake Tapper of gaming, and I'm the emo Jake Tapper of doing journalism for TikTok T. Welcome. This wonderful person who actually is a phenomenal storyteller meets a man who she's calling Legion. Other people in his life also call him Legion, as far as I understand. In this 80-part series, she goes through the details of how a person that she ended up marrying was lying about everything. Lying about every single minutia, every single detail, while simultaneously also paying her rent, which is almost like it almost makes it weirder because he was paying for the groceries and the rent. So he wasn't extracting anything out of her outside of the fact that he was fueling his narcissistic desires to manipulate an unsuspecting individual who gave this man her all. This is our generation's Odyssey. That's right. And she is our Omah. Now, by part 39, for those of you who are just tuning in, we found out that this man lied about pretty much everything, going to San Diego State University, lying about having multiple relatives that did not exist, lying about relatives that passed away to COVID when they had passed away many, many years prior, lying about his job, being the vice president of mustard, or a condiment that we do not know of, even going so far to lie about a sister that he had that he would actually inevitably take to a barbecue with her wife at the time, only to turn around halfway through the trip. He also took her to a graveyard where he showed an unmarked or a marked grave with the same exact last name that he has to say, this is where my grandparents lay. Some of the funnier lies was that as an arena football player, he was able to invest wisely the $18 that he made, $18 an hour, $12,000 on average for the season, and set up an offshore account. He's lied time and time again about buying a $700,000 house in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, full cash, with a wire transfer, with money that he never actually had. He duped many, many people throughout this process, alongside his wife. She also had a miscarriage. They shacked up together quite quickly due to COVID. Lived in the same apartment throughout this entire process, where they were looking for different houses, 5 separate occasions. They were looking for different houses to purchase. She knew early on that he was lying, by the way, about the house situation, at least in the first instance. And yet she kept going due to a little bit of religion and due to, in my opinion, desperation. We all, after all, want to feel loved. We all want to feel like we are in a committed relationship with a person who is the right one for us. But Legion was not the right one. Part 39 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry starts now.
On the driver's license about that.
Let me start over in the beginning.
I had to happen. But that's how I was introduced to the Apple job. It literally was in a span of within 2 weeks. And he resigned from the condiment company and immediately said, I'm going to move over to Apple. Just wanted to clarify that. So, we will continue on. Part 39, who the fuck did I marry? Everything you're going to hear, probably in this part, in the next part, all of this happens.
Oh, I didn't recap that she kicked him out. Yeah, that's right. She actually ends up confronting, calls the ex-wife. The ex-wife immediately tells her, like, oh, if you're calling me, things are too bad. She then goes through, like, a Sherlock Holmes detective moment where, like, she literally figures out what his actual real social security number is. She's giving him, like, fake social security. He's given her fake social security numbers time and time again. And then at this point, she has kicked him out of the house. She's kicked him out of the house. Okay, after an altercation takes place, or she snaps, kicks him out of the house. He goes back to Pennsylvania, where his family lives. Now she must serve him divorce papers. So she has to find where he is. He's back in Atlanta, or back in Georgia. She has to find where he is physically and serve him the divorce papers. The family, we find out right around this part, around part 34, 35, we find out that the family reaches out to her. And they say, oh my God, this guy Legion came back to us and said that you had a cop. You had a cop that you cheated on him with, and that he came in and threatened you with a gun. He came and threatened Legion with a gun and kicked him out, and that they were trying to call the Georgia Police Department and try to get this person fired, probably get her in trouble because she used to work there. Okay? The family doesn't believe Legion either. They know he's a charlatan. They know he's a bum. So they do their due diligence and call her personally. In that phone conversation, she finds out that Legion lied about having all of these relatives. And that Legion also has a twin. We suspect that Legion is also deeply addicted to opiates at this point. And of course, he was cheating on her the entire time with a sex worker by the name of Peaches.
In the month of July, 2021. Divorce has been filed. It was filed the end of June. I got his signature on the divorce settlement agreement. I thought that I had to wait 30 days before I could actually file that with the court. And so this is kind of in the limbo period because I'm still within those 30 days. So he left a book bag at the house. Book bag that had all kind of paperwork in there.
I have to pee.
Inside the book bag, this is the paperwork that I found. Number one, I found a packet from the condiment company where it showed his 401k contributions. It also stated in there that he had been terminated. So he was terminated from the condiment company according to the paperwork in the packet that I saw in the book bag that he left at my house. Also in the book bag were paycheck stubs from a previous job where he worked at a cemetery. The same cemetery that he took me to show me where his grandmother and grandfather were buried. So let's go ahead. I'll do this video and say this is what he told me. This is what I confirmed. He told me his grandmother and grandfather were buried there. He showed me a headstone with a family name on it. If you go back in previous parts, I talk about it. The truth is they are not buried there. He is of no relation to the people who are buried at that particular gravesite. Only reason why he knew about it is because he had worked there. Also in the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license, now this I still don't have an answer to, but the address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery. Because I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery. Because I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery. Also in the book, a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license, now this I still don't have an answer to, but the address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery. Because I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag was paperwork from another construction company job, meaning it was paycheck stubs from another construction company here in Atlanta that he had worked for. It did not have dates on it, so I don't know when he worked for the construction company. Also in the book bag, paperwork.
It's crazy they actually worked at the fucking graveyard, the cemetery that she lied about, and literally he lied about, sorry. He, like, Legion is a survivor, rewind. Wait, what? What did I miss?
This is the paperwork that I found. Number one, I found a packet from the condiment company where it showed his 401k contributions. It also stated in there that he had been terminated. So he was terminated from the condiment company according to the paperwork in the packet that I saw in the book bag that he left at my house. Also in the book bag were paycheck stubs from a previous job where he worked at a cemetery. The same cemetery that he took me to show me where his grandmother and grandfather were buried. So let's go ahead. I'll do this video and say this is what he told me. This is what I confirmed. He told me his grandmother and grandfather were buried there. He showed me a headstone with a family name on it. If you go back in previous parts,
yes,
I talk about it. The truth is they are not buried there. He is of no relation to the people who are buried at that particular gravesite. Only reason why he knew about it is because he had worked there. Also in the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license, now this I still don't have an answer to, but the address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery because I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag was paperwork from another construction company job, meaning it was paycheck stubs from another construction company here in Atlanta that he had worked for. It did not have dates on it, so I don't know when he worked for the construction company. Also in the book bag paperwork was unemployment paperwork. So it looked like he had been receiving unemployment just before I met him. I met him in March. It looked like he had been receiving unemployment January and February. So once again, let's confirm. He did not work for the condiment company for 6 to 7 years. Also in there were scraps of paper from a temp agency.
This is where we find out that Legion never existed at all. No one by the name of Legion is showing up on our records for 35 years.
Where it was information on the job that he had been placed at. Where was that job? The condiment company. He would be a forklift / loader is what it said. So I interpret that to mean he can drive a forklift, but he would have been loading up the 18-wheelers for them to go out to their deliveries.
Forklift
also
certified?
In this book bag.
Ah, that's it. 6'4", forklift certified. Things are starting to make a lot more sense, okay? Listen, nothing, and I mean nothing gets ladies going like a man who's 6'4" and forklift certified, baby.
Bag was paperwork from Clayton County courts, I believe, for a weekend. What is it called? Weekender jail. It was like a weekender jail receipt. So I had to do some research. So apparently what that means is that there is an option where if you have a job, let's say you were sentenced to 60 days in jail, but you have a full-time job. Apparently the court can say, okay, you'll go to jail on the weekends. So in other words, you have to report to the jail on Friday at 5 o'clock and you'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You will get out Sunday at 6 o'clock. Apparently that's actually a real thing. So what was in the book bag were multiple yellow receipts for different weekends that he had to report and get out of jail. Last but not least, there were some additional pictures, and then there were some, and when I say pictures, I'm talking about family photos. And then there was another additional copy of his driver's license with the Douglasville address. I looked up that address. The name associated with that address was the same name as the ex-girlfriend that he had in between the ex-wife and me. If you go back to the video where I talk about the conversation I had with the ex-wife, she tells me that the address was going to come back to the ex-girlfriend. I'm simply saying that is correct. So what she told me is true. So because of everything that I found, I decided to go down a new rabbit hole. Again, just recapping what I said in previous videos. Ex-husband was always a stickler about law enforcement. His dad was a retired police officer. I'm just telling y'all the story. His dad was a retired police officer. Mom was a retired teacher. After his dad retired, they moved to Augusta, started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta, the same day that he took me to meet his aunt who lived in Augusta. So these are now things that he actually took me to, just like he took me to the cemetery. So that's what I found in the book bag. The weekender jail receipts. I went ahead and went online to find out exactly why did he have to go to jail for the weekend. And I'm going to end this part here. The next part has to do with his criminal history. Part 40, who the fuck did I marry? So we are now at the point of July 2021. We're at the point where I've spoken to the female cousin, and she gave me the phone number for the older brother. For the purposes of this video, we're going to call him Chris. Chris was very nice. I called him. He was gracious. He was willing to answer whatever questions I had. And what he said to me was, he said, my brother has always been a liar. He's always been a liar. He said, but ask me what questions you have, and I'll confirm what's real and what's not. First question I had was, when was the last time you spoke to him? Without missing a beat, Chris says, 2015, just after our mother's funeral. I explained to him about the phone calls, the fact that Legion would be on the phone for 30, 35 minutes, laughing, talking to Chris, relaying messages from Chris to me, and relaying messages from me to Chris. Without missing a beat, Chris says he was never talking to me.
Who?
And I said,
who was this man talking to?
Maybe he was on the phone, but he was not on the phone with me. He said, because he knows that if I ever see him, I'm gonna whoop his ass. And I'm laughing because obviously Legion loves to say I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass. So for the people who are confused, like, wait, what does this mean about the phone calls? What this means is every single time that my ex-husband was on the phone, holding his phone like this, talking, laughing, cracking jokes. Hey, my wife said that, you know, we can go later on this evening and all this other stuff. Every time they were doing things like that, every time he was having a phone call or conversation that he claims to be with Chris, no one is on the phone. No one's on the phone. That is what that means.
No, he had to have been talking to someone. Like, this is the part I don't understand, because like there has to be like some voice, like you can hear like the like on the other side, you know what I mean? Even if you're standing near them. Because like, how for this long you're living with this man? She's not the person responsible here. Obviously she's a victim. Just, I want to make sure that you guys understand that. But how did she not see like him making a call, for example? Did he not have like fake phone numbers? There's no way that he had like, maybe he pre-recorded, maybe he put on a YouTube video or something. I just don't really understand. This is the part you don't understand. I mean, there's so much I don't understand, but especially this part is like pretty easy to catch up on. They have apps that fake calls. I mean, but even then, like, you don't have any context. Like, guys, like, if you live with someone, even if you're not looking to look at her, look at their phone or anything like that, you're gonna see it, right? Like, you're gonna see their phones. Like, think about it. Your brother, your sister, your mom, you're sitting in the fucking, you're sitting in the room with them. Like, even on accident, like you'll see them like type something on their phone. It's not even like a malicious way. He probably made fake contacts. What are you talking about? No, I know. And then there's the second part of this though, because you will also hear like some feedback.
So I'm on the phone with Chris. My mind is spinning. It is blowing up like a volcano. I mean, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy because what this means is that for the past 4 or 5 months, every morning that he's having a phone call with his brother Chris, I am now understanding in real time that phone call was completely fake. So Chris tells me maybe he was talking to somebody else, but it wasn't me. He said the only family member that Legion actually talks to is the twin. And that's only because for some reason, I guess it's their twins, he helps him out when he needs it. Legion only calls the twin when he needs money. And the twin, according to Chris, now this is the part that might blow some minds. The twin brother, the one that is older by 20 minutes, is VP of his company, is married, drives a luxury car, and lives in like a 4 or 5 bedroom house in Nashville. So Chris is saying to me, he was like, it sounds like he took the identity of the twin and was trying to act like that's his life. And it's not. He was like, that nigga ain't never had no money, ain't never kept a job a long period of time. And he was like, and you're telling me that he claims he's VP of a company?
This is actually the prestige. Yo, this is crazy, dog. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes more sense that way. That way he can like pretend.
And so he was like, did you ever see anything? Did you ever meet people? Like Chris, I respect the fact that he was asking me the same questions y'all are asking me. Did you ever meet any family members? And I told him. I said, I met your aunt. Well, what aunt is that? I told him her name. He said, that ain't our damn aunt. I don't know if y'all have ever dealt with people from Philly. So he was just loud. He was like, that ain't our aunt. He said, that is our mother's best friend. And I don't trust that hoe. I'm sorry. It's the way he said it that it makes me laugh. Anyway, he's like, I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. She is not our aunt. She was our mother's best friend when our mother was living in Augusta. She's not our aunt. So then I explained to him about the other brothers. The brothers, remember, there were 2 half brothers from his dad. One lived in Baltimore, one lived in Augusta. Chris is on the phone saying, I don't know who them niggas are. They ain't related to us. He said, our dad never had other kids. He was like, so you mean to tell me this nigga going around telling people that our dad had kids on our mom? And I said to him, well, the way he actually put it is that the 2 brothers came before y'all. He was like, hell no. No. So then I explained to him about the sisters. He was like, who the hell is Shantae? And I was like, Shantae, again, I'm just telling you what I was told. Shantae is a sister that lives in Douglasville, married with 2 kids. He was like, no, we don't have a sister.
Come on. The question we all have at this point is, did the twin go to SDSU and play arena football? If this does not get cleared up, I'm going to have to literally figure out who these people are and contact them personally. I have to know. Did the twin play arena football or not? It has to. I can't be the only one who cares about this. Like, I can't be the only person who's like genuinely trying to find this out. Because it would be such a specific lie if not. I mean, yeah, where the fuck would you get arena football from anyway? Did the twin invest the $12K? At this point, are the Invicta watches real? No. Listen. As we established earlier on the stream, you absolutely can buy Invicta watches with a forklift certified construction salary. Okay? We know that that's real because the watches are, I said pauper watches. I feel like getting a fake Invicta watch is like getting a fake a fake Hanes brand t-shirt. Like, it costs almost the same, dog. It costs almost the same to buy the fake one or the real one. 34 MKD 50. Here's a guy who's overcome the odds, okay, the Turkish ban, and he's still in here giving very real subscriptions to people to avoid the top of the hour ad break. 50 at a goddamn time. 50 at a goddamn time. Not fake, but very real. The GOAT himself. Now, of course, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. If you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, then you have to subscribe if you haven't gotten gifted by. She should auction the Invicta watches. I'd buy one. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Told him about Kim. He was like, Kim's not our sister. She's a cousin. And he said to me, and I know she ain't talked to him in forever in 2 days. He said, so the only people who are his family members is Chris and the twin. He's like, we got some cousins up here. I told him about Junebug. I told him about the uncle. I told him about the grandmother. And he's just sitting back like, oh my God. He was like, I realize that every relationship my brother gets in, he gets worse. And it sounds like he is actually worse than what he was in the last relationship. And I thought he was talking about the ex-wife that I had spoken to. No, he had no idea there was another wife. Because again, he hasn't spoken to him since 2015. So he was like, the best thing I can say to you is this. He said, thank God you ain't have kids with him. He said, get your divorce and forget you ever met this man. And he was like, and I know how that sounds because he's my brother. He said, but if I didn't have to claim him, I wouldn't. And I said to him something that I should have probably said in this whole TikTok series. This is not someone that you forget. This is not a situation that, man, I don't even remember him. No. What I don't remember is the version of myself before I met him, because nothing so far has turned out to be true. The only thing that Chris was able to tell me is true is that, number one, yes, there is a brother in Philly, him. Yes, there is a brother in Nashville, the twin. Yes, both parents are deceased. That is what I was told from the beginning. Those pieces of information are true. The grandmother did die in 2008. He was like, no, she definitely didn't die in 2020. I told him how I found the obituary. And so he was like, and the uncle, he said, which uncle is he talking about? Because if you guys remember, back in one of the parts, I talk about where he said his uncle was giving him advice on why he should not open up his savings account to let me see it. He would not let me see it. And so I'm telling Chris about the uncle, and he was like, that uncle been dead for years. I told him about Junebug. He said, Junebug been dead for years. And I said, Chris, he was having conversations with Junebug on the phone in front of me. He was like, it wasn't Junebug. He said, it sounds like my brother was making up the conversations. He said he definitely was making up the conversations with me. He said, hell no, I ain't gonna be on the phone at no 6 o'clock in the morning. So the conversation with Chris solidified that this is the actual family tree. And no, there were never any conversations with his brother every morning when I was getting ready to go to work. They had never talked. On to the next part. Part 41, who the fuck did I marry? So this is a continuation of my conversation.
I think mental illness plays a role here. This is not like defending Legion in any way, obviously. But I don't think you can lie this much unless you have like severe mental illness. Like this convincingly and this good. Like you have to, at a certain point, you have to like, I guess, believe it. Like obviously he has narcissistic personality disorder, right? Not to do the backseat therapy shit. But like beyond that, there's some additional illnesses running around.
With Chris, which will then lead into some other stuff. So Chris has confirmed that he has not spoken to Legion since 2015. So now we know that the phone calls that Legion was having every morning on the phone with Chris when we were, getting ready to go to work, the phone calls were fake. I demonstrated in the last video how I think how he was doing those phone calls, because he would relay messages from me to whoever was on the phone. So Chris and I also then talked about their parents. So if you remember in the beginning, I told you from the get-go, this man was, very respectful of law enforcement because his dad was a retired Philadelphia police officer. The mom was a retired teacher. And so he had the utmost respect for law enforcement. That's what he used to always say. Because, again, there's a lot that he lied about. So I'm trying to only highlight the big things because, truthfully, it got to a point where when he would say that as a VP in his company, he had a meeting with the local sheriff. Child, we know that's a lie, so I don't even need to go into detail about that because, again, why? So I told Chris what Legion said about their dad being a retired police officer, and I was explaining how he said the mom was a retired teacher. So Chris listened, again, very gracious, very nice guy. He listened, and he was like, so are you ready for me to tell you what's true and what's not? And at this point, I was already convinced I was going to be drinking heavily that night after this phone call, so I was like, go ahead. All right, so here's what Legion said. Legion said, my dad was a retired police officer with Philadelphia PD. When he retired, he and my mom moved to Augusta. I was there for high school, and they started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta and showed me where the church that they started. The truth. Dad, according to Chris, their dad was nowhere near the church. That man ain't go to church on Easter. He ain't go to church on Christmas. He was like, my dad he ain't stepped foot in the church since the day he got married. That was the last time he went to church. He didn't have nothing to do with church. He said that their father was the furthest thing from a pastor. And he was like, I love my dad, but that man drank, smoked, and he was not a pastor. The mom was not a retired teacher. She did substitute teach at one point, but she was not a retired teacher. The dad was a truck driver. And not only was the dad a truck driver, at one point, he was a correctional officer. And so I said to Chris, I was like, yeah, I said I had no idea, of course. I had no idea. So now we know the truth. The dad was never in law enforcement. And I'm not knocking correctional officers. I want to make very clear because I know that sometimes people that work in law enforcement feel like, look, when I'm out there patrolling, that is not the same as being a correction officer. And
Put the hands on the wheel, please. What are you doing? I can't be the only one who's a little bit worried about that. Please put your hands on the wheel, ma'am.
Officers may feel the same, so I just want to give the distinction between the two. So the dad at one point was a correction officer. However, his primary career was a truck driver. And so the dad would do long hauls. So Chris is explaining, no, he was like, now that's funny. He said, if you knew our dad, you would understand how funny that is to even insinuate that he was a pastor. And so I told him about the church that we went to. He was like, oh, okay. So he took you to a church in Augusta and told you that was our parents' church. He was like, now our mom used to go to church, every now and then. But he said, our dad ain't been to church since the day he married mom. So the church that Legion took me to and said that his parents started that church, that was not true. So he just took me on a field trip for nothing, basically. So
that's these are the parts that are like the craziest because it makes no sense to do this. Like you did not have to under any circumstance like take her to the fucking graveyard to be like, these are my grandparents. Like he's setting up additional lies specifically for no other reason than to then continue lying to her. It makes no sense. It's world building, but like, why? Like, you can do it without doing all that, right?
So I told him about the weekend, because I did tell Chris where I worked. And that is when Chris said to me, because at the time I worked in a law enforcement agency. And he said to me, now, how does that work? He said, because Legion, you know, he done been in trouble a few times. And I was like, what do you mean? Because I had not yet gone online into the court system to see what type of trouble he's been in. And so he explained to me, he was like, just run his criminal history and you'll see it for yourself. He said, because I don't know all the charges, but run his criminal history. I said, okay. He gave me some homework. I'll run his criminal history. So again, he cleared up a lot of stuff in regards to the family dynamics. He did explain to me that, yes, he does have a daughter. He and his ex-wife are divorced. And I said, well, Legion would talk about the niece, meaning Chris's daughter, and would send her stuff for her birthday. And he was like, he said, I'm almost positive my brother never sent anything for my daughter's birthday. And I explained to him, I said, isn't your daughter's name Egypt? He said, no. Who the hell is Egypt? And I said, I was told that was your daughter's name. That's the reason why I'm saying the name on here, because obviously we're about to confirm that's not the daughter. So I said, I was told that's your daughter's name. I said, I went with him to Rack Room Shoes and bought shoes for what I was told was your daughter. And she lived in St. Louis with your ex-wife. He said, no. He said, my daughter and my ex-wife do not live in St. Louis. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. He was like, are you sure it wasn't for a woman? And I said, well, it was kids' shoes. And he was like, no. He said, and I told him, I said, I went to the UPS store, I mailed it, and it, you know, they printed the label with the girl's name on it, and I'm thinking this whole time it's Legion's niece. Chris is like, I don't know who that is. That's not even the name of one of our cousins. So I have no idea, ladies and gentlemen, who my ex-husband was buying girl shoes for and had me sending them, telling me it's for his niece.
Oh.
I have no idea. So Chris is like, yeah, he finally said to me the same thing the ex-wife said, which is pretty much whatever he told you is a lie. And I'm being honest with you guys. It is very hard to comprehend that everything is a lie. Like, there has to be something that's true. I'm like, how is he paying? If he wasn't working at the condiment company, or he got fired from the condiment company, how is he still paying the bills? Keep in mind, we never joined our accounts. He wanted to, but we never did, because he wouldn't show me the offshore, the savings account, which of course never existed. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know that I saw his checking account, I know that I saw his savings account, and he had money in there. Something had to be true. Something had to be true. And Chris was like, no. He said, it sounds like everything my brother said, everything that he told you was made up. He said, those phone calls were definitely made up. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. That's not any family member of ours. I don't know who Shantae is. We don't have a sister. He said, we don't have half brothers. He was like, I'm telling you who the family members are. He said, I am so sorry that my brother put you through this. So now let's go into the next part. Part 42. Who the fuck did I marry? So I finished going through the book bag. Still July of 2021. I finished going through the book bag. There were some other folders with papers in there. He had left the work phone. What I actually found out was that it was not a work phone. It was simply a secondary personal phone. He told me it was a work phone. I thought that the company was paying for the work phone. That's what I thought. No, because I found receipts where basically, and I didn't know this, ladies and gentlemen, I had no idea, but I found receipts where it was a prepaid phone and he's paying to add minutes to it. So it's just receipts of, you know, you added minutes to the phone on this date, you added minutes on that date. So the work phone whole thing, that was a bold-faced lie. Obviously it was a lie, because as we now know, he was a forklift loader. So the work phone that he's been walking around with was really just a secondary phone. He had left the phone. He took his personal phone, meaning the main phone, I should say, but the work phone he left. So I'm going through the work phone, just trying to find some sort of answer. Now what is really burning in my mind is how is it that he had all this money in the accounts, but again, the last time I saw him, he's living in his car? Like, the math is not mathing. I go into not just the photos of the work phone, I go into the deleted folder. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna go through somebody's phone, which I will never do again, but if you're gonna go through the phone, don't just go through the text messages and the pictures, go into the deleted folder, because sometimes you find a gold mine. In this case, I went into the deleted folder of the pictures in the work phone. I keep saying work phones because, again, this is just a secondary phone. It is deactivated. There's no minutes on it. So I go into the deleted pictures, and what I see is what looks like a screenshot of his checking account, the one that I saw with the available balance. Then there's another photo of the screenshot of the savings that he showed me. Now, one of two things it could be. Either one,
to the people saying, what if it turns out that she made all this up and the real life was a story entirely? One, that's crazy. Obviously, like, that would be almost phenomenal considering how much she would have to make up. That's like even more impressive than like Legion making up shit. But we already know that that's not the case because Legion himself has reacted. Where is it? In the interest of course, not conducting journalistic malpractice here, there's an entire collection of Legion's 34 MKD 50. A hype train started with a 50 gifted subs. What the hell's going on? Yeah. Oh fuck! This is spoiler alert, but this is Legion.
it's not real and it was pulled offline. Or two, he took a screenshot of his own account and saved the photos. So this is when I got introduced to reverse Google image search. I did a reverse Google image search. Sure enough, as you probably have figured out, some of you, because I read it in the comments, what he showed me when he turned his phone around, showing me his available checking account balance, was nothing more than a screenshot that he had found on Google. When he showed me his savings, turned the phone around, because remember, I demonstrated for y'all how he was, and then, you know, turned it around and showed it to me as if he was signing in. When he did that, he was simply showing me a screenshot that he had taken from Google Images. Because when I did a reverse Google image search with those two photos, the checking and the savings, it came right up. It was nothing more than just Google Images. In my phone, I didn't even need this because, again, I already knew that he was not a VP regional manager, but still, for shits and giggles, I did a reverse image search of the charcoal BMW. Remember I told y'all he had sent me pictures of the company car.
That's easy, Google.
Nothing more than a screenshot he had taken off of Google Images.
Of course, that part is easy.
The house that he showed.
How did she fall for a screenshot? That's crazy. I mean, that's not, dude, come on. He did a lot more shit that was like way, way more unhinged and way easier to prove than the fucking Beamer. Come on.
Told me that he had in San Diego, Google Images. So what we can now confirm is anything he showed me when he's turning his phone around is nothing more than an image from Google Images at this point. The checking account, the savings account, Google Images. The house, Google Images. The company car, that charcoal gray BMW 5 Series, Google Images. So at this point, I realized, okay, nothing is real. And I wasn't so much in a rage, to be honest with you. I wasn't in a rage then and there, as much as it was, I really truly had a moment where I said to myself, oh my God, what the fuck have I let in my life? Like, this is not even human at this point. That's really how I felt. Like, again, as someone who, I studied psychology, but I didn't graduate with a psychology degree. However, I have never dealt with a pathological liar. I have studied about them, but I have never come into contact with a pathological liar. Because to a compulsive liar...
Guys, I mean, listen, it's one of those things where it's such an elaborate ruse that, like, you almost feel like there's no way that someone would go to those lengths. Like, I kind of understand where she's coming from in some ways, where the lie is so elaborate that, like, you don't expect someone to be that fucking cruel, especially because there's nothing like, there's no benefit. Like, there is no... Can't be elaborate if you can reverse Google it. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That part is like pretty basic shit. But I do think that one of the major problems here is that it quite literally does not make sense. Like, he's only doing this for like manipulation, for the manipulation's sake. Do you understand? That's why it's like, the fuck is happening here? Like, there's nothing else going on. Also, I think Chad's forgetting that when you're in a relationship, you're not suspecting the worst of your partner. She trusted him and he used that trust to lie on her on all fronts. Like, he was doing it for the love of the game. You know what I mean? That's crazy. And obviously there's like definitely some areas where she could have pulled the exit valve a little bit, right? And she didn't. And I think that that's like partially a consequence of her like wanting to believe, sunk cost fallacy. This is happening during COVID. Desperation from her part too, to like believe that, like, there was definitely some motivated reasoning at play for sure. But I do, low self-esteem, conservatism plays a role as well, like playing a traditional role in this marriage. Like, she mentioned time and time again that she did not consult any of her friends or family members because she thought, like, you know, this is supposed to be, you know, I'm traditional, I'm old school. What happens inside of the relationship stays inside of the relationship. You know what I mean? But perhaps the most important facet that I think a lot of chatters are overlooking is that he was 6'4", as far as we understand. Unless he lied about that too, he at least looked 6'4" or tall enough. Okay, and I think you get away with a lot when you're 6'4".
If you ask the man, why did you lie to me? They probably are going to have a reason. Pathological liars don't have a reason. Like, there's no limit to the lie. So I have now confirmed that at least 70% of everything that I thought I knew is now absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. So in between all of this, I get a phone call from the aunt in Augusta. The aunt in Augusta, who Chris has confirmed is the mother's best friend. She is not their mother's sister or dad's sister. She's the best friend of the deceased mom. She calls me, and this is the one I have met. This is the one that Chris was like, I don't trust that hoe, you know, anyway. So she called because she wanted to know what happened. She wasn't trying to be nosy or messy or anything like that. She's just trying to find out what happened because apparently Legion is trying to come stay with her. So she asked me, sweet lady, but she said, you know, what happened with you guys? And I told her we're getting a divorce. I said, because he lied to me a lot. He lied to me a lot. And so what breaks my heart about the conversation with her is that she said, so whatever happened to the baby? Mind you, we went to Augusta, told her I was pregnant. I thought he told her that I had a miscarriage. He didn't. He never told this woman I had a miscarriage. So she informs me, this is what she tells me. So now we're confirming something else. She tells me that on at least 5 times while I'm at work, Legion was driving to Augusta and telling her that he was going to visit the church of where the parents allegedly the church that the parents started. And I was like, what do you mean he went to Augusta? She said, I've seen him like 4 or 5 times. He's come down here. And each time I've asked him to bring the baby. And I said, what baby? And she said, the baby that y'all had. He told me that y'all had a baby boy. And I said, no, ma'am. I said, I had a miscarriage in June of 2020. And she said, oh my God. Oh, you know, she was doing that whole thing. She said this whole time, he told me that y'all had a son in January. And I had been asking him for pictures. I had been asking him to bring both of you down here so I could meet him. And he always had an excuse as to why he wouldn't bring the baby. And the last time he was in Augusta, he said that he was leaving you and he was taking the baby with him and that you were at work. I am not making this up. That is what that woman told me. And I just was like, no, ma'am, none of that is true. There is no baby. I said I had no idea he was going to Augusta. Next part. Part 43, who the fuck did I marry? So after the conversation with the aunt, again, she's telling me that Legion has been keeping up this lie that we had a son. I let her know, no ma'am, there was no baby. We did not have a baby. And I said, I thought that he told you. And she said, he's told a few people that you all had a baby. And she said, because I know some people were trying to send a gift to celebrate the birth. I didn't know anything about that. Didn't know anything about that. So she said, he's trying to come stay with me. She said, but I don't think I want him to, again, she's an older lady. She's like, I don't think I want him to come here because I don't really want to get involved with his divorce again. And I said, what do you mean again? I said, are you talking about the previous wife? And I said the previous ex-wife's name. She said, I don't know who that is. I'm talking about LaTanya, that one, the first one.
God damn.
And I said, well, what happened? Do y'all remember I said in my previous video that I read their divorce records. He had filed for divorce and they had a temporary protection order against each other. I said that. So now the aunt is on the phone saying that she had to go to court and testify on Legion's behalf in regards to the temporary protective order. And I was like, well, what happened? She said they got into a fight with each other. And she slapped him. And I said, well, do you know why they got into a fight? And she said, yeah, apparently he had lied to the wife and it was something major and they got into a physical fight. And she said that woman almost beat his behind. And so he asked the court for a temporary protective order. So now I'm just getting the backstory on how that TPO was even came into play. So I told her, I said, you know, Miss Christie, we'll call her. I said, you don't have to worry about that. I said, we're not, he's already signed the paperwork. We're not fighting. I don't have it in me. I don't. So
she dodged that one. She almost did, which is kind of understandable for sure. But she did luckily dodge that part. She was close. Remember, she almost did beat him with a fucking lamp is what she said.
I said, I'm not going to tell you not to have certain people in your home, but I am going to tell you that I'm just barely kind of discovering exactly what the lies are in regards to Legion. So if you feel comfortable having him in your home, then do it. I said, but I am going forward with this divorce, and once the divorce is final, I will have nothing to do with him. And I said, and I'm so sorry, you know, that he lied to you and kind of pulled at your heartstrings in regards to a baby. I said, there is no baby. So she said, so y'all are really getting a divorce? I said, and I didn't want to cuss to the older ladies, but I said, yes, ma'am, we are. And so we get off the phone. Also during this time, Legion would call me every now and then. Legion had no idea. I've spoken to his ex-wife. I've spoken to his brother. I've spoken to his female cousin. He had no idea. I have now, if we want to go through real quick and talk about what we can confirm. We can confirm that there is no sister. We already knew there was no baby. There was no VP job. Again, he was a temp, and apparently he was making decent money. So what I believe, and this is just what I think off of putting pieces together, I think that he made enough money to pay the household bills, because it wasn't as if the household bills were so expensive. He made enough money to live on his own. But instead of him living on his own, he's living with me. So we can also confirm that when he told me that he was paying his car off and he called the dealership and paid his car off, we can confirm that that's a lie. That story will come up later on. So pretty much at this point, the only thing I know to be true, his name, his date of birth, the secondary social security number that was on my background check, and that he has 2 brothers and the parents are deceased. At this point in time of July 2021, that's all that I was able to confirm that to be true. So later on, Legion calls me. He calls me because he wants some money. He just needs a little bit of money to hold him over till payday. And so we're on the phone. The call, again, I was recording all my calls at the time. We're on the phone, and I finally kind of confronted him, number one, about having a twin. That's when he tells me, you know, I don't know why I lied, but I don't really talk about him. Number 2, I asked him about. Yeah,
the craziest part about it is like paying for everything. So he lied and can benefit of him lying was to pay for everything and have someone believe him. That is like despite being a fucking bum overall, it is kind of wild that he just like paid for all the groceries and shit. Like that part is actually legitimate. Like stories like this happen, not all the time and not to this severity, but rarely do you have a situation where rarely do you ever have a situation where the dude is like invested in the lie to this degree and also simultaneously like not benefiting financially from the circumstances. That's why I even was like, maybe he's gonna like assassinate her. Like maybe he's gonna like be dumb enough to try to like fucking poison her after putting like a life insurance on her or some shit. You know what I mean? Secretly. Because like there's just like when you have a con man, he's got to have a con. The con man doesn't just stop and end at confidence. The confidence man usually has a con that he's running.
I asked him, why did he get fired from the condiment company?
My life is so funny.
Story is
watching a Turkish left-wing streamer dressed as a goth, watching a woman, first of all, emo, watching a woman talk about her ex-husband in her car. This is such a meta experience for me, and you know what? I'm totally in for it. Yep. That's the internet, baby.
That he got fired because he had helped a truck driver and he was not supposed to. I know it's a lie. Y'all don't even have to tell me. I know it's a lie. Number 3, I asked him, why did you tell your aunt that we had a baby? He claims he never told her that. and that she's old and she didn't know what she was talking about. So then I asked him if he was ever in trouble where he's been arrested. And he said, yeah, I've been arrested as a juvenile, but my father had my record expunged. I said, were you ever arrested as an adult? He said, no, I ain't never been arrested as an adult. I said, so you never went to weekend jail? He said, no, I don't even know what that is. So he doesn't know what weekend jail is. So that's his story. And so he was still standing by the lies he told me. So finally, I just asked him, and this is where let me just say it. I asked him, why the hell did you even marry me? Like, why? Why did you even marry me? Because you easily could have just stayed dating or been the boyfriend or just moved on with your life. Like, you didn't have to marry me. You didn't have to pull me into a marriage and make me think that this is what you wanted. This is what he said to me on that phone call. He said, I had to marry you. And I was like, no, you didn't. He said, yes, I did. He said, I knew full well from day one that there was no way you were going to stay my girlfriend for longer than a year. He said, I knew it. He said, I knew in order to keep you, I was going to have to marry you. Y'all, my jaw hit the ground.
But
I could not believe he said it. And he said it so matter of fact. And I was like, that was the most fucked up thing.
I mean, it is honest, but like, I don't get it. Like, what the fuck? What do you get out of this manipulation? It makes no goddamn sense. It's like a serial killer. I talked about this before, but like, you know when you hear about like serial killers who just like go out and like kill random people, and it's like terrifying because it's not like a passionate, it's not a murder of passion. Isn't that what it's called? Like, there's no motivation beyond just like a person who is just broken. Okay. And it makes no goddamn sense. It's like a crime of passion. Yes. It's not a crime of passion. It's just like, you're saying the housing crisis has gone too far, but like the dude was paying for the fucking rent and the groceries. Like, he's broke too. It's not like he has a lot of fucking money. Like, he's like scrounging up pennies, like paying for all this shit specifically so he could game this woman all the time with the weirdest nonsense. You're falling for his lies? No, I'm not. Bro, if he spent all of this time, investment, and finances, and everything else on like being a productive member of society or doing literally anything else, he probably, if he did, fuck it, if he spent it on doing actual cons, you know what I mean? He's a confidence man. Do a con. You know what I mean? Steal some fucking banknotes. Steal money. Do something. It makes no sense. You'd be way better off. Yeah, at the end of the day, he's doing it for like a shared Netflix subscription, you know?
You could ever say,
bro, if he did this, he could have, I feel like this level of energy and investment, he could have fucking robbed the bank and gotten away with it, okay?
44. Who the fuck did I marry? The videos that you saw earlier were filmed earlier today. And yes, I'm aware. It was brought to my attention. I had to make a decision whether or not to finish, keep my word, or stop, disappear. I mean, disappear. Okay. Let's finish. So, first of all, let me say this. It is not easy telling this story. It's entertaining. I know it's gone viral, but it is not easy telling this story. I made a decision to tell the story. I made a decision to share my story, what I went through, in hopes that it helps just one person. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you all, it is not easy telling this story, to relive it, to face certain things out loud that I had to face internally. Just want to say that. So I will push forward to finish, but today got to me. The toll of this got to me today. So I know that you all are like, we're waiting on the next part. We're waiting on the next part. I appreciate that. And I get it. Because if I was in those shoes, I would be waiting too and be like, where is it? So I understand that. But the toll was real today. All right, so with that being said, we are still in July of 2021. I had talked to the brother, Chris. I talked to the aunt. I talked to all these people. And now was the time where, I had saw the receipts for the weekend jail type thing. So I went ahead and did a search for his criminal history. I ran his criminal history. I did that on my own at home with my money. So this was not, I think someone had asked if I did anything with my job. No, I did not. I know better. So I ran a criminal history, or I paid for a criminal background report. For him to say that he appreciates law enforcement so much, it was obviously a lie, because the criminal history showed that he had been arrested for criminal trespassing. He had been arrested for like suspended license, suspended registration. But the big thing was impersonating an officer. If you don't know anything about impersonating an officer, it is a felony. Period.
Damn, dude. My man is doing everything, bro. He's just, oh, dude, he probably did. That's probably the greatest. Oh my God. I wish I could have seen a legend at his peak. You know what I mean? This is like seeing Mozart when he's alive, okay? Composing his greatest work. Like Legion playing the role of a police officer. I would love to see that. I bet he fucking killed it, okay? I'd love to see a legend in the field, okay? Doing his greatest one yet.
Point blank. As sure as Peachtree runs from Bankhead to Buckhead, it is a felony. So
yeah, it's the Jordan flu game
seeing
of
what
lies.
court it was in, I did another open records request for the incident report. I wanted to know exactly what the circumstances were, especially given the fact that I worked in law enforcement at the time. What were the circumstances as to how he was arrested for impersonating an officer? So I did an open records request. I got the incident report, and I'm tired of saying my jaw hit the floor. But on this one, my jaw hit the fucking floor.
Oh my
I respect
God.
law enforcement. Again, I was working in an agency with a lot of great men and women. Basically, what the incident report, I'm paraphrasing it because I don't have it sitting in front of me. Basically, what the incident report shows is that he pretended to be an officer using a badge. I later found out it was the badge that his dad had as a former correction officer. Same last name. So he was pretending to be a police officer at an apartment complex on the south side of Atlanta, and proceeded to tell people that he was an investigator and he was looking for drugs. He also proceeded to try to pat down someone, and then also proceeded to try to go into a woman's apartment and do a search. This is in the incident report. So naturally, the woman who he was trying to get into her apartment to do a search happened to either work with or worked at a local police department. So she just simply called her coworkers or called her homeboys or whatever. And so he was subsequently arrested and subsequently was charged and found guilty. That is what I found in his criminal record report. It is fair to note, had I known that he had a criminal history, we never would have even finished date number 1.
Damn, dude, he would have gotten away with it too. If it wasn't like an actual... Bro, this dude keeps fucking trying to con like people that work with police departments and shit. You know what I mean? That's what he fucked up on.
Some things I'm just not going to get involved with if I know from the rip. So what does this mean? Again, we've been going over what's the lie, what can you confirm? I can confirm that there was no way that this man ever had a passport.
To be fair, when you think about it, honestly, he probably did it. He just got caught this time around because he did it, like, even impersonating a police officer. I have no reason to believe that he wasn't doing it successfully, now that I think about it, and then, like, landed on the wrong one time and then got in trouble for it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the first time he did it. That was just the last time he was able to do it. You feel me?
To take me to London. When he claimed that he was voting in the election, there's no way that he did, because he tried to tell me that he was still a registered voter in California.
Okay, well, that part is, you know, yeah. Wow, I can't believe he didn't vote.
That he did it online. I knew it was a lie, but again, at this point in July, I'm able to confirm that, yeah, you never had a passport. You never voted. The small things that mean something to me, he never did it. He wasn't eligible to. So now I know that not only have you, yes, been arrested. Now, what happened as a juvenile, I don't care. But you have been arrested. You have done some sort of time. And now it explains why you knew your way around the county so well. If you go back to the previous videos, I had mentioned that I was wondering, how do you know your way around here? And the story was his sister used to live in this county, and he would come visit when he would fly in from California, when he would go see his parents in Augusta. That was the story. So that explains the criminal history. And I'm also going to take you guys back and remind you when I had to go in for my polygraph and how the polygrapher had asked me, do you know anyone that is a convicted felon that you have relationships with, blah, blah, blah. And remember, I said to him, my husband and I are estranged. I honestly don't know. Fast forward to July, where I find out that, yes, in fact, on top of everything, I was married to a convicted felon.
Oh, that's so cooked.
Had no idea. No idea whatsoever. And it's nothing but the grace of God that I was honest with the polygrapher and telling him, look, I don't know what's in this man's background. To say that I have no idea who I married is an understatement.
I guess
it is a complete.
She safe.
Understatement. It's fair to say, well, you
Safe.
only knew him for like 2.5
Technically,
weeks
she's
before you
right.
quarantined with him. That's
She didn't
fair.
lie.
And I can understand that, and I take responsibility for that. But in the big scheme of things, I had no idea the creature that I was sleeping next to every night. No idea. All right, part 45, who the fuck did I marry? So we are now end of July, August timeframe. During this time, Legion basically disappeared. Remember, I'm still waiting on the final divorce decree to come up. I'm actually waiting for the 30 days to be up so I can file the divorce settlement form. So I'm waiting on those 30 days to be up. I'm playing nice with him. I'm being cordial. I have uncovered all kinds of stuff. But just in case he was going to act a fool, I was trying to be cordial. So I had spoken to him on like a Monday, and I was trying to get a hold of him for something. But I'm the one that initiated a phone call in the coming days. Never heard from him. Never heard from him at all. His phone was dead. It was going straight to voicemail. And I genuinely was worried. A few days turned into a week. By the time I hadn't heard from him in a week, because I knew he was not living anywhere but his car. I knew that. So this is what happened, y'all. I first reached out on Facebook. Remember, even though he has told me that he had all these siblings. We know he didn't have all these siblings. But remember, I told y'all I had met the brother in Augusta. And I had met the brother in Baltimore. These are people I've met. The brother in Baltimore I talked to on FaceTime. The brother in Augusta I've actually physically met, hugged, shake hands, all that. So I reached out on Facebook to people that I remember him talking about all the time. The friend Omar, the brother in Augusta, the brother in Baltimore, another cousin in Augusta. I was doing a search for these people's names, just like, hey, have you heard from Legion? The brother in Augusta told me, no, I haven't heard from him. I've been trying to reach him, but the phone's going straight to voicemail. I knew he was living in his car. So my brain was doing everything it could not to go on the deep end. I reached out on Facebook to the brother in Baltimore. And I said, hey, gave him my name. And I said, have you heard from Legion? Now, mind you, the brother in Baltimore and him have talked on speakerphone. I guess it's important that I make that distinction. They have talked on speakerphone. So I know that they have talked at least in 2020. So I said to him, again, according to Legion, they talk all the time. But I've heard them on the phone in 2020. So I said, have you talked to him? The brother from Baltimore informs me.
Hi, I specialize in personality disorders. A way to make Legion's behavior make a bit more sense is a disordered way of getting closeness by trying to control the relationship through lying. A lot of times these behaviors do the exact opposite of what the goals are, and the person isn't really aware of their behavior, causing the issues because early on, life has taught them that this is the only way the world works. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Essaying holy. Yeah, that is essaying, but positive essaying. Everybody chill. This is a productive essaying and not the normal kind of essaying that you normally get. Love is a real psychologist. I believe it. 8.44, 43 ounces. As opposed to the other chatter who said, I too specialize in personality disorders, and I disagree. Okay, chatter. Respect. Yikes. Those neck tats are cringe. That's what your mom didn't say last night when she chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Can I join in on this threesome? Is what she said. And we had a threesome. We're in a throuple now. I'm your father. I'm your emo father. And you're now grounded. Imagine I roll up as your new stepdad. I'm like, you're grounded, son. Yup. Don't touch my guy liner. That's why I grounded you.
No, I ain't talked to him. He owes me money. So I ain't got nothing to say to him. And I said, wait a second, like, he was telling me that y'all are brothers. He was like, man, he's like a brother. But I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with him because he owes me money. So they had not spoken. This is now July 2021. They had not spoken in well over 6 months. So all the phone calls, this is what it means, guys. All the phone calls that he had with the brother in Baltimore in 2021 were not real. Then I reached out to the Omar guy. And I remember the story was that he and him known each other years since California, worked together at the condiment company. I reached out to Omar and said, have you heard from Legion by any chance? Explained who I was. He responds with, and I'll never forget it, he responds with, no, I have not heard from him. I have absolutely no contact with him whatsoever. We are not friends, and I would appreciate if you do not reach out to me again about him. The stories I was told was that this dude is supposedly his best friend. Shocking moment. So they had not spoken in years. They're not cool. He does not fool with him. Okay. Went on to the next person, a female cousin I had met. She said, no, I have not heard from him. Why would I hear from him? We don't really talk. Like, I think she was genuinely weirded out by the fact that I'm reaching out to her out of the blue asking, hey, by any chance, have you talked to my soon-to-be ex-husband? So what I discovered because he ended up being gone for 2 weeks. What I discovered in those 2 weeks, let me be very clear with the statement I'm getting ready to make. I reached out to every person I know who apparently has had some form of relationship with him. Either he said that they were friends, they talked on the phone, he said they hung out.
I feel like there's a lot of motherfuckers like this out there. Not to this degree, by the way. This guy's like unique, okay? But there's a lot of people who are just like habitual bridge burners and just like pieces of shit in general to like everyone around them. And like, I think in my adulthood, I've also learned that like sometimes you just like sometimes you encounter a person like this, you just got to cut them out, and there's not really anything you can do other than just cut them out of your life. It is unironically the healthy thing to do. Many people are almost personally like they're perma stuck in their relationships because they think like, well, I've known this person for a long time, and like, and it's fine and we can get over it. And sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses and move on,
The brother in Baltimore, I was told, had been to the house while I was at work. Brother in Baltimore said, no, that never happened. I've never been to your house. All these people knew that Legion was a liar. And I think that they all felt bad, with the exception of the Omar guy, felt bad that I was kind of just discovering what they've known for years. In those 2 weeks, I found out every single person I reached out to, not a single one of them gave a shit if that man was dead or alive. All of them had the attitude, some even said it, no, I haven't heard from him. I don't care to hear from him. It was as if, for me, it was such a sad moment because I discovered this man has no friends. Fuck whatever he has said. I am now able to prove it. He has no friends. There is nobody who is concerned that they have not heard or seen him in over 2 weeks. Some people months. One guy years. None of them were concerned. So basically what I'm saying is that I discovered he had burned bridges with everyone. Burned bridges with family. Burned bridges with so-called friends. Burned bridges with fake brothers, fake sisters, fake aunties, uncles, everything. He had burned...
I mean, shit, I'll be lying too at that point, Fuck.
Bridges with everyone. And for me, that was more telling than anything else. Yes, I knew he was a liar. Yes, I knew he had made stuff up. I was genuinely surprised to discover nobody gave a shit about this man. No one. I had never met every single family member, but the fact that he was living in his car, the fact that he wasn't bathing and was just had disappeared was shocking to me. So, where was he for those 2 weeks? Glad you asked. He had checked himself into a behavioral hospital in Augusta. Why? Not to get help. No. This is July in Georgia. It's hot as hell. It's sweaty. It's damp. It's humid. It's everything. He checked himself into a hospital so he could stop sleeping in his car for 2 weeks. When he checked himself in, they took his phone, and that's why no one was able to get a hold of him. And by no one, I mean me. He checked himself into a hospital so that he could have a bed for a couple of weeks. That's the type of human being.
I mean, that's like, he is desperate. Like, I don't think that's, I'm not gonna shit on him for that. You know what I mean? At that point, he's like looking for shelter, right? Like, fuck him, he's a bad dude, but still deserves shelter.
That I was dealing with. Part 46, who the fuck did I marry? So after the whole missing in action debacle where he disappeared for a couple of weeks, Legion started calling and texting me, telling me that he was ready to come home. Yes, you heard that correct. So apparently someone had told him that legally he did not have to leave the house when I kicked him out because it was a marital home and he had just as much right to be there as I did. So he started harassing and calling the shit out of me. He was calling, 30 times in 1 hour. He was Facebook Messenger calling me. Let me be clear. Facebook Messenger calling me. He was calling me so much. He was messaging me saying, I'm coming home. I'm going to get some money and drive up from Augusta. You have to let me in the house. It's not fair what you're doing.
You gotta get out of the house.
I mean, it was nonstop. He would start calling at 7 o'clock in the morning. He would not stop calling until 10 o'clock at night. He was calling so much, leaving messages, like I said, just straight up harassing me. So I reached out to attorney friends. I reached out to local law enforcement. Local law enforcement informed me, well, technically he's right because he is still legally your husband. Our divorce had not been finalized at this point. The paperwork had been sent in. I was just waiting on the...
Dude, the American legal system is so fucked. Like, this part of the story is all too common, especially with like domestic abuse victims. And it's crazy that there's like nothing you can do about it. Like, what? There's no fucking court mandate that you can like get in or anything like that. Yeah, people literally died because of what the cops are saying in the situation.
Judge to give me her signature, but it hadn't happened yet. So the local law enforcement did tell me if he comes back, our officers would have to let him in the house. You don't have to stay there. They gave me different options. I mean, I was trying everything in the book because he is saying, I'm coming back to the house. I told him, do not come. You are not welcome. I'm not letting you in the house. Again, the locks had been changed. The code had been changed. So I told him, if you come to this house, step foot on this property, I'm calling the police and getting you arrested for trespassing. You should know about that. He was adamant. He was adamant that he was allowed back in the home. He didn't know the conversations I had with local law enforcement.
Nightmare.
But somebody was in his ear telling him, nah, you can go home because she's not allowed to kick you out. Okay. So I didn't know when he was scheduled to come because he was trying to get the money
Straight up
for the gas
nightmare
to get
situation.
back to Clayton County. I tried everything I could. Basically, what my options were simple. Let him in the home, and I can stay in the home, put him in a room, just have no dealings with him. But again, I don't want to be under the same roof with him. This is what the local police told me. I could have an officer go room to room and let his body cam film the room to see the condition of the house. And if Legion showed up, I would leave the house. I can go to a family member's home and stay there. This is literally in August, right before my lease is up. So I was...
Why didn't they fucking tell her that she could get a restraining order? Like, isn't that temporary? A temporary fix? Ironic because I've had this conversation with the police before, many, many years prior, when I was getting a sea of death threats. This is like before I even started on Twitch. That's why I always say, like, for 10 years, I've been getting fucking death threats. This shit ain't new to me. And my manager was like really adamant. She was like, we printed out all the death threats. We're going to take it to the cops and we're going to try to do something. Cause like one of the dudes that was issuing the death threats was literally like involved with law enforcement. So they had found out my address through my license plate. So we took it to a detective and I was like, I don't really care. They're not gonna do shit. Right. And the cops literally, first thing they told me before the even detective that I talked to, the first thing the cop told me was, Remember, chat, this is literally before I started streaming on Twitch. Okay? First thing he said was, yeah, you got to get a gun. We can't do anything. You got to get a gun to protect yourself. I was like, okay, that's insane. You're a cop. What the fuck? This is California. It's not easy to get a gun here. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, he was like, well, you know, restraining orders don't work in the way that you think it does. And he like went through this long, convoluted process of explaining to me, like, people think the restraining order is a temporary barrier that like physically stops someone from coming in. They can. It's just what they can still come over. It just is a way to file with the courts that this person is like illegally in your presence. So if they're trying to kill you, the restraining order is not going to do much. You know what I mean? It's like we can only come after the fact, after the deed is done. I was like, all right, great, thanks. I'll fuck off. I literally was like, so what are you talking about? Like, you know, what do you mean? Like, so what happens like to I literally asked him, I was like, so what happens with like domestic violence situations, like when people get restraining orders? Like, yeah, this happens a lot actually. It's really sad. Nothing we can do about it. Straight up. In that tone. It's like, okay.
Already moving. I had already secured another home. Did exactly what I said I was going to do. Moving to Cobb County. So I just needed a couple of weeks before I vacate the home. So the other option was, you know, again, have the officer film the home with the body camera. That way it shows what the condition of the home is at the time that he moved in. So if anything gets messed up, I can sue him. What am I going to sue him for? But nevertheless. Or the third option is I can stay there with him, make life miserable. So my plan was the option of have them film the home. I was not staying in the same house with him. I didn't care. Also, there was no guarantee, and I told the officer this, look, if y'all allow him to stay in this house, I am telling you by tomorrow morning, every utility in this house will be off. He will have no running water. He will have no air condition. This place will feel like a sauna. The officer kind of chuckled and was like, again, ma'am, I mean, this is one of those domestic situations. He is allowed in the home. Okay. So again, I had no idea when he was coming. I was on pins and needles. Every day. I'm seeing the phone ring, like I said, about 30 times every hour. I'm seeing the messages. I'm seeing this. I had reached out to a police captain. I had reached out to the chief of police. I was trying to get all kinds of help. Like, it ain't what you know, it's who you know. So he eventually tells me I'm going to be there on Wednesday. This is just an example. I'm going to be there on Wednesday. I had been calling a police captain who was really gracious, really kind, and was trying to help me because I was like, bro, I just need 2 weeks and I'm out of this house.
Bro. Remember, she's a civilian that worked with this police department. And they're still like, yeah, nothing we can do about it. I'm willing to bet if she was a cop, straight up, things would be very different. Like, this is the special treatment she's getting as a civilian that works with law enforcement. Fucking nuts. Straight up gang, dude. No, it wasn't a cop who made death threats against me. The person who made death threats, I think, like, had cops that he was friends with. And that's how he was able to track down my address from my license plate of my car. Wow, thanks. Guess I'll just die then. What if she was a cop? Should you just kill him legally? Yes. Anyway. Why is everyone assuming Legion is dangerous? Was he violent or something? No, but like, What do you mean? People are assuming Legion is dangerous because he's like been caught in a massive fucking con and a pathological liar. It's perfectly valid for her to fear for her safety at this point, which I suspect she doesn't even fear for her safety. We are fearing for her safety more than she is, realistically. She wants to be left alone, and he's like, nah, fuck that. I'm coming over. Previous wife had a restraining order for a fight. It wasn't the restraining order wasn't the restraining order was put not against Legion as far as I understand, but the Legion got one against his wife, I think. Cuz he's homeless and has nowhere to go. Damn, dog. If someone is homeless and has nowhere to go, then yeah, no, it's okay. I got it. That's crazy. You have to be baiting, right? Like, I'm actually a little confused in the situation. Like, yeah, we are obviously for. Are you denying his right to a shelter? Wow, fake socialist. Yeah. It's like, dude, I know. Socialism means that like you should let your fucking pathological liar ex stalk you. That's how it works. Yeah. That's how it works, bro. Socialism is actually just gifted subs at the top of the hour, honestly. There's no other form of socialism as valid as that. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. If you don't get gifted a sub from 34 MKD50 with another 50 big ones, then you're going to have to subscribe on your own. It's his house, though, at least for a bit more. No, dude, that's crazy.
House. And we already knew he legally could not go to the new house. I was trying to see if I could move in early to the new place. The landlord was like, I
with another
really
50, what the fuck?
So I felt like I was running out of options. He's saying he's coming. He's saying he's coming. He's adamant he's coming. I guess somebody felt sorry and gave him some gas money so he could drive from Augusta up to Clayton County. So the day before all this goes down, the police captain called me and he informs me that they ran his name through GCIC, which is a database that law enforcement agencies use. Turns out he has a warrant for his arrest. So the police captain says this changes everything. If he shows up to the house,
that's
don't
crazy.
Do anything, call us.
That's crazy, bro. The cops are like, oh, fucking great. That's free. That's free for us, baby. Like, I love that they're like, hey, if you're about to be like domestically violated by your now stalker ex-husband who you are currently in legal battle with, who just is utilizing the legal system to just fucking do whatever the fuck he wants, that's one thing. But let me tell you, okay? Turns out he's got an arrest warrant. Oh, easy peasy, baby. We're there no matter what. He's like, great news. Your stalker ex-husband that you're trying to currently get out of a marriage with, well, it turns out he's also a criminal. So at least now we can, now we're fucking interested. This changes everything. You can be bait for us. Yeah, he has a warrant. Say less. No shot the cops with a we Googled him. Turns out he's not a nice guy. Yeah.
I will have officers to your home and they will simply arrest him. So I know that this is a short part, but I'm going to dedicate the next part to what happened when he showed up to my house. Part 47.
Oh my God.
Did I marry? So here's what happened. This was mid-August. Went to work as usual. It actually happened on a Friday. I had to look at the dates. It happened on a Friday. Went to work. Still, he was calling me, texting me, messaging me that he was on his way. And so I was a bit on pins and needles all day. I was dreading going home. And that
Cops show up, notice he's 6'4", let him leave.
is a horrible feeling to dread to go home. So he had called me and said that he was at the house in the driveway. I guess he had to use the restroom, so he decided to go to the Walmart up the street to go use the bathroom. I wasn't answering phone calls. I wasn't answering text messages. I simply called the police captain. I said, hey, he's saying that he's at the house. The police captain himself drove by the house, but I believe he drove by the house when Legion went to Walmart to use the bathroom. So the police captain was like, I don't see anyone there. But again, when you get home, if he is there, do not engage. Call us. Okay? No problem. Because I got you on speed dial. So I go home. I'm on the phone with...
I like that the arrest warrant all of a sudden magically makes him like a way scarier person in the cop's eyes. Like, same guy. Okay? Same fucking guy. What did he get an arrest warrant for? We don't even know, but it's like all of a sudden he's like, whoa, he has a criminal record and an arrest warrant. Don't interact with him. Before, your bitch ass, as the police chief, was literally like, yeah, he's going to have to come and stay at your house. If you want, we can, go live with another person. That's crazy, dog. That's actually crazy. It's called person of interest for a reason. It's just like nuts that, God, our legal system is so fucking busted.
Mother and my aunt on a three-way call. They're both like, oh my God, what do we need to do? I drive into my subdivision. What he did not know was that he had backed into the driveway up against the garage. Normally, I park my car in the garage. But what he didn't know was that at the time, I was driving a fleet car. So I wasn't even in my normal car. And I know that he was waiting to see my car, the Nissan Altima that he helped get, pull in to the subdivision and then pull in towards my townhome. That didn't happen. Because I'm in a different car, he didn't recognize it. So when I turned onto my street, as sure as it is hot in Georgia in the summer, that man was sitting in the driveway in his Ford Taurus. Okay? So I live at the time not far from a cul-de-sac. So when you go straight down, you just turn around the cul-de-sac to come back up. So that's exactly what I did. I went to the corner, turned off so that I can see the house, but he would not have been able to see me. I went ahead and called 911. I was very calm, told them exactly what the captain had told me to say. I was like, my name is, the address is, I need police here because my ex-husband is here. He is not supposed to be here. And I feel as though I am in danger.
Wait, you should have said he has a criminal arrest
warrant.
warrant.
Phone call. She said, we're dispatching police to your home. As soon as I hang up, I then call the police captain. He immediately answers the phone. He says, we just got the call. I'm sending 4 officers your way. Okay, good. Get off the phone, call my mom and my aunt back because they were both like, call us back. Call them back on three-way. I continue to sit there until I see 4 officers, 4 cars pull in and stop just in front of my house. So then I ease up. He gets out the car, I guess, trying to see what's going on. I explain to the officer that walks to my window. I say, this is what's going on. So I was trying to sound extra law enforcement smart. I was like, check him through GCIC. You're going to find that he has a warrant out for his arrest for a violation of probation. And the officer kind of smirked because she was like, we know.
That's it. This is a violation of probation. Oh my God.
We already checked GCIC. The captain called us. So I was like, okay. So anyway, they tell me to sit in the car. They go up to the window of the car and get him, ask him to step out of the car. He does. When he stepped out the car, I was like, oh my God. I hadn't seen him since the end of June when I met him at the UPS store. And he looked bad then. He was still in the same clothes. When I told you guys when I met him, he was like a size 3X. What got out of the car was easily a medium or large. Easily. That is how, and it makes sense because, he probably wasn't eating. Except for somebody gave him $6 for chicken nuggets. But what got out of the car was something I didn't even recognize. So he gets out of the car. They arrest him. There was no incident or anything like that. He was arrested peacefully. They put him in the back seat. My neighbors are all looking like, what is going on? And so the officer comes up to me and she said, he's asking to speak to you. Do you want to speak to him? I said, yeah.
No!
So she walks with me. Keep in mind, she's wearing a body cam. So she walks with me to the window. They put the window down. And I remember looking at him. I was like, I told you not to come. And he said, I just wanted to get my stuff. I just wanted to get the TV. I said, what TV?
I wanted to get my Invicta watches.
The TV that you gave me in the divorce? And he was like, yeah, that TV. And I said, it's mine. You gave it to me. I have the fucking text messages proving that you gave me the TV. And I'm trying not to scream because the neighbors are all watching. And he was like, I know. I just needed my stuff. I'm sorry. I'll never bother you again. I'm sorry. And so I look at the officer and I was like, you have me out here with 4 fucking police cars. You have embarrassed me to no end. You have made a fool of me. And you got the audacity to now be like, I'm sorry. I'm like, fuck, you're sorry. So the officer was kind of like, okay. I said, I never want to see you again. He was like, you won't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So I walk off. The officer is like, going through the stuff that was in his wallet. They took it out and put it on the roof of the car. So did I say, I'm sorry, the stuff that was in his pants, like his wallet, his keys, they put it on the roof of the car when they had him get out the car. And so she's just like, I said, did you catch all that on body cam? And she said, yeah. I said, he gave me the TV. And she said, yeah. She's like, we're going to take him in and we'll have somebody look at him, because in her words, she said he's definitely having a mental episode right now in the back seat. And I just shrugged and I was just like, Mike, I just said, I just want to be done with him. I just want to be done. I just want to be done. And so she was like, I understand. I totally get it. So his car is in my driveway. The keys and everything are, they took it with them because I guess since it was on him, they took it with them for processing at the jail. I think that's how that works, because I didn't see the wallet or the keys afterwards. So at this point, 4 officers leave. I go into the house. Everything's peaceful and calm.
The more she's talked about his downfall, the more I've felt bad for him. Like, I hate to admit it, but it's just like he's fucking insane. Okay? And I mean that both like in the colloquial sense, but I also kind of mean that in like the literal medical sense too. Like, he's just so fucked up. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, he's just fucked up, dude.
A few minutes later, I go outside to check the mail. What's in the mail but a letter from the court? I open it up. I go into the house because, again, it's hot. I had my wig on. My head is all sweaty and stuff. I'm just angry and just angry. That raised my blood pressure. So I go in the house. I sit on the steps inside the house and I open up the mail from the judge, and it's my final divorce decree. And I'm smiling right now, but y'all, when I got that divorce decree sitting on the stairs, I broke down into ugly Oprah tears. I broke down. It was as if a year worth of weight came off of me. I broke down, and I mean, I wailed. I broke down. I broke down so bad. Next part. All right, part 48. Who the fuck did I marry? So after I finished breaking down, wiped my tears, and his car is still in the driveway. I couldn't park in the driveway. So I called the car company. I had called the car company once before when he went missing for those 2 weeks to ask them if they maybe had a tracker on the car and could track it. And the nice gentleman informed me that the tracker had not been giving a signal off for about 5 months. So he wouldn't really give me details on the car, but obviously the car payment was not being made on that car. It had not been made on that car for quite some time. So he and I split in June, but apparently the car payment wasn't made long before June. Can't speak to that, but he still had the car. So called the car company. I told them, I understand that y'all looking for this Ford Taurus. And the lady said, yes, or you can make a payment. I said, no, y'all can come get it. Here's the address. When do y'all want to get it? And she said, well, I can have a driver come get it tomorrow morning. I said, no problem. That car will be ready for you to get it tomorrow morning. And so the car was repossessed out of my driveway the next morning, Saturday. The driver was there about 7 o'clock in the morning. He had the master key for the car, cranked it up, drove it, put it on the tow truck, and left. Here's what that now means. When Legion left my house in June, he left with 2 bags of clothes. Everything else was in my house. At the end of July, or towards the end of July, everything that he had left in my house had been donated to the domestic violence shelter, which means that the only thing that Legion had were the clothes that he had taken with him in the car. When he got arrested in my driveway, all of his clothes were still in the car. And
dude, that just sucks. Like I this is what I mean. Now I feel kind of bad. Fuck, man, I'm such a pussy. Like, he got nothing. He's homeless and now also devoid of a home. Like, this is the only shelter he had is the car. Do not feel bad for these monsters. I still think like the system is supposed to take care of a person like this. Like he's just completely done. You know what I mean? Like the last thing that was like holding him grounded. The last thing that was like offering at least like a sense of shelter for this dude is gone. He's already homeless, but at least he had like a roof over his head. Yeah.
When the car got repossessed Saturday morning, all of the clothes were in there. Which means that when he went to jail, whenever he got out, he only got out with keys to a car he no longer had, a wallet with probably no money in it, and the clothes that were on his back. Everything else was gone. Now we can fast forward to what happened around August 29th. So I was scheduled to move August 31st. Remember, I'm moving up to Cobb County. We have been checking the court documents. He had a court date scheduled for around August 29th or August 30th. I don't remember the exact date. The court time was supposed to be around 9 o'clock in the morning. My mom was watching the court filings online, and according to her, because I missed it, they showed him on the screen because this was still during Zoom. They showed him on the screen, and then he was ushered out of the court into like a back area, and an attorney spoke on his behalf. Between the time that he had been arrested and the time of the court date, I had never in my life slept so good. Truthfully, never slept so good. I was officially divorced. I had no ties to him. There was nothing in the house of his there was nothing of his that was still in the house. I felt free. So when the court date happened and my mom told me what she saw on the Zoom, I was confused. Is he getting out? Is he having to serve time? What's going on? I called the courts. I tried to speak to his attorney, and his attorney had a horrible attitude and was like, "Why are you calling me?" And I informed him. I said, "Look, I'm a bit afraid of this man. So can you please just tell me if he is being released, or is he going to be kept, or if he is going to be sentenced to a longer jail term?" He said, "No, he's not being kept in a longer jail term because the warrant had expired." So when the police arrested him, yes, it was a valid arrest, but the warrant had expired. So I believe the warrant had expired like 6 months earlier, but of course it wasn't.
Dude, I'm sorry, but I love the criminal justice system. It's so fucking stupid. We have the dumbest criminal justice system of all time. There's just no justice at all at any part. Even when they're trying to be fucking bad and like vindictive or draconian, they're just having a hard time doing that. Holy moly, that shit is so crazy. He's just, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it turns out he was arrested unjustifiably, which is why I said there needs to be a different, separate circumstance for domestic violence. Like, you shouldn't have to go to the cops. You know what I mean? Because cops don't know how to fucking deal with it anyway. But even if they did know how to deal with it, like in the violent means, then you're pulling out the most violent way of dealing with a domestic violence situation, a potential domestic violence situation. Did you really go to emo night? No. How did the cops not know it was expired beforehand? Dude, the malpractice exhibited by American police departments will blow your fucking mind, okay? This is what happens when you have maximum amounts of power and absolutely no accountability whatsoever. And also, he was 6'4". So the cops were like, oh shit, he's 6'4". This warrant is expired.
Wasn't put in the system. Which means that if the court date is August 29th, he's going to be released August 29th or August 30th. I'm moving August 31st. So my mom was just like, please just spend the night at your aunt's house. Like, just spend the night at your aunt's house, then go back to the house during the day. The movers will be there, and then just move. So that's exactly what I did, because there was concern that he would get out of jail angry and catch an Uber with no money and come back to the house, either for retaliation or because he's just in a fucking manic mode. And so that's where he went. I really didn't want to take any chances. It's just that simple. I did not want to take any chances. I knew that at that point, legally, the law's on my side. Y'all are divorced. You have no reason to be at this home. I knew that that's what the police would say. But I wasn't 100% sure because truthfully speaking, I did not know this man. We can make all the jokes we want. I did not know this man. I thought I knew him, but you never really know.
He called her to get back to his place. No, she doesn't have the right to throw out her husband on a whim. Imagine if it was the opposite. That's crazy. Yo, Chatter is literally fucking defending the dude coming back. No, that's insane. And yes, I can imagine a role reversal, and it would still be fucked up. Why is it that like people think this is the maximum debate position you can put forward? Like, you think I'm just going to be like, oh, if it was a woman who like created an entirely false narrative and then turned around and was like lying the entire time, and then you found out about all of those lies, and then you fucking filed for a divorce, and you were waiting for the divorce to be fully filed, but during the legal process where the divorce hadn't been finalized yet, well, I guess technically it doesn't matter. Still your wife. So she could come and like fucking be a freak when you're like, please don't come near me. That's crazy.
Pathological liar. So, needless to say, he got released August 30th. I went to my aunt's house for the night. August 31st, I went back to the house. The movers were there. They packed me up, and we got out of there so quick. I think they packed me up in about 2 hours. I honestly told them there is extra money in this if you guys can get me packed up, meaning loaded up onto the truck, because everything was packed. But I explained to them this is a domestic situation. I need you guys to move quickly. When I moved out of that house on August 31st, anything that Legion touched, I got rid of. I sold the furniture. I sold dining room tables. I donated plates, glasses. When I tell you I moved out and I started over, I completely purged my life.
Being a freak doesn't mean you get thrown out of your home. That's insane, dude. That is actually fucking insane. I don't understand how she has every fucking right at that point to be like, you can't come back here. I can't tell if you're like joking or not. Yes, it does. Dude, what do you mean? I have empathy to a certain degree for Legion's position. Okay? But like, that's actually wild that you're saying she can leave. Oh my God. Are you Legion? Are you Legion in the chat? What's happening right now? She can leave. She has a choice. He doesn't. Yes, he does. He already left at that point. You literally said he deserves shelter, but not her shelter. Exactly. What the fuck are you talking about? House ownership really changed you, man? Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna explain something to every single person that I think like maybe some people think that there's this like cartoonish depiction of the left out there that they subscribe to on their own for some weird reason. But like having empathy for others doesn't mean that like for example, we talk about homelessness all the time, right? I want there to be a housing first policy in terms of dealing with homelessness. I want to make sure that the market forces are not pushing people out of the housing market. Okay? This does not mean that I think it's fucking fine and dandy when like a homeless person is like, for example, terrifying your mom outside of your fucking apartment and they're like having an episode. The way to deal with that obviously is not always going to be to call the cops unless there's someone like directly assaulting you. Okay? But it's still not a good situation. Do you understand that? Like there's a line beyond empathy at that point. The people who need this explained to them need seriously help. Some people, I think, unironically are like, you're wrong. If someone is homeless, if someone is devoid of a home at that moment, in that point, like they should be able to go back to this person that they've like literally pathologically lied to endlessly, who very clearly do not have like the mental wherewithal Like they should be able to live there is crazy. And I don't know what you mean. This is like Ixie's understanding of socialism. Yeah, there's I think a lot of people that just like think that this is like what this dude was doing is not valid, but that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be able to live there. And I don't know if you I just don't think you can put yourself in her shoes at all. I think that's what it is. I know it is her house. That's the other thing. It's literally her house.
Completely started over. I mean, I was not willing to take a single item into my new home that reminded me of him. From the dishes in the kitchen to the towels in the linen closet. When I tell you Amazon and Ross were my best friends, I mean they were my best friends because I could not fathom moving into a new home, a new space with anything that reminded me of him. I sold the bed, got a new bed. If he had bought me clothes, I got rid.
Shout about to be like, that's illegal. She shouldn't be allowed to sell the bed. She should have to sleep in the same bed. And actually, I'll take it one step further. He is legally supposed to sleep in the bed with him. I think that that's how it's supposed to go. Chatter about to be like, no, actually, that's not allowed. Okay? She has to wear the Invicta watches while in bed while they're having sex. Do you understand? That's just how it works. Okay? If someone lies to you, locks you into fucking marriage under false pretenses, and just like lies to you consistently throughout that entire process, emotionally abuse you and mentally fuck with you the entire time, it doesn't matter. You're fucking cooked because you signed a paper, which means you're stuck. You're stuck with that person. You have to wear the WWE belts. You have to wear the fucking Invicta watches, and you have to sleep in the same bed with this person who like abused you. That's crazy. That's a crazy take. You have to literally lay there with the piss bottles too.
Rid of him. If he bought me shoes and purses, okay, I kind of kept the heels, but everything else I got rid of. So I completely purged my life. Completely.
Yeah, I know, but like that guy's doing it in a socialist way. This is unironically a major part of the Republican Party platform right now. Yeah, no fault. The abolition of no fault divorce is legitimately a thing that Steven Crowder and many other conservatives are advocating for currently, which is really ironic because like there's a chatter in here who's doing that, but in a leftist way, I guess. Chatters will take the same exact position of Matt Walsh and say it uncritically, like repeat that position in here uncritically. It's literally no different than being like, oh, you care about homelessness? Well, why don't you fucking house every homeless person in Los Angeles in your house? It's like, what are you talking about? That's not how any of this works. I'm dumbfounded by this idiotic take.
Started over from the bottom in terms of just the move. I could not take any piece of him with me. Could not. Part 49. Who?
Yeah, by the way, this isn't even a no-fault marriage. That's the funniest part. This is a full-fault marriage. There is no more fault that you can get in this circumstance, for the record.
I'm married. So after the whole, I moved.
Now you've moved to goalposts. Now you're saying, obviously, she should divorce anytime she wants, but if she did, and he signed it, but if he paid rent, she should at least reimburse him for what he paid. The fuck are you talking about? He lived there while he paid rent. After you think he was paying rent after she kicked him out? Is that what you genuinely think is going on here? Or are you fucking turning around and now demanding that she pay him back the rent that he paid while they were living there together as he was fucking lying about being an entirely different person? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, apparently, I mean, I think he also like literally stopped paying rent regardless. You know you are just wrong. You just keep playing dumb to get more and more money from your stupid viewers. You are canceled, cringe lord, copium. Thank you for showing us what a not cringe person looks like on this beautiful Sunday. Fucking got him.
And I started over, basically, completely started over. So there was a period of time where different people had reached out to me, people who knew him. Apparently, he was still trying to find a couch to sleep on. And so one guy in particular had reached out to me because I guess Legion had asked him if he could come and stay with him and his family because he was homeless and had nowhere to go. And so he had lied and told the guy, because again, he's a liar. So he had lied and told the guy that, you know, I had kicked him out. We're divorced. I had taken all his money.
Yeah, he also like scammed her too multiple times. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
And so that's why he's homeless. So the gentleman simply was reaching out to me on Facebook to confirm what is actually true. And he and I talked, because he ended up calling me. He and I talked for a while. Very respectful, really nice guy, very compassionate. And so I told him, I was like, I said, we're divorced. So I have nothing to do with him. I said, I wouldn't bring him in my house with my family if I were you. But that's just me. And so the guy was like, lady, you know, he didn't say lady, but
He's gifted 26,000 subs. It's really funny when you think about it because, like, it's Turkish lira. The currency exchange rate makes it so that it's like a couple pennies every single time. But it is wild that he's done that. 26,000 is so much. I wonder what it comes out to. Not anymore, right? I think still until like July, it's still currency exchange. No. This is the subs post price hike are like $2.5 per one for tier one. No. That's not. This is pre-price hike. The price hike hasn't kicked in yet. I think it's literally like it used to be like 9 cents, I think. Something like that. Like I think I get like 9 cents per each sub. Which is still an incredible amount. All right, let's continue.
But he was like, lady, you dodged a bullet. He was like, I know you may not see it now, my sister, but you dodged a bullet. You dodged a bullet big time. And so, you know, just in talking to him, he was very encouraging. Like, it sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders. It sounds like you're a good woman. And no, he was not flirting at all. He was like, it sounds like you're a good woman. And I really hope this does not mess you up. Like, don't let him mess you up. Don't let him, like, diminish your shine kind of thing. And I appreciate that. I did. Because at that time, again,
she was not dodging the bullets. She was eating the bullets, okay? She was taking it. She was tanking the bullets, sure, but she was certainly not fucking dodging them. She got hit like every time.
Had moved into my new place. 2021 was the worst year I ever had. I'm not saying that so that
She got shot like 9 times and then literally handed him a second fucking magazine so that he could reload and shoot again. Okay, until finally she was like, I'm done.
2021 was a dark year. Started out married, end of the year divorce, end of the year with COVID and divorce. And that period of time, that August, September time, I felt like I was just walking around like a numb woman. I didn't know if I was coming or going. I didn't know what to do because I felt like I had just been through hell. And it was a period of time where I had to sit down and I had to really, really deal with some stuff that I just simply was not ready to deal with. Things that I had to come to grips with that I really wasn't ready to come to grips with. So fast forward all this time, get to December of 2021. Yes, this is where the story does end. Get to December of 2021. I am out sick with COVID. I'm not at work. I get a phone call from my coworker telling me that Legion has called our job looking for me and was trying to get information on how to reach me. Yes, I had already changed my number. Again, I had already moved, but he knew where I worked. So apparently he had called trying to find me, and the person that answered the phone was like, we're not going to give you that information. So he said, well, can you ask her to give me a call? I'm just trying to get a hold of her so I can get my stuff. The stuff he's talking about are those tote bags from July. So he was calling.
That's crazy.
And it was a problem. He was trying to reach out to me on Facebook. He was trying to reach out.
Chatter about to chime in and be like, listen, you don't understand. Like, he deserves to do that. Okay? They made a contract. Doesn't matter if it was under, like, doesn't matter if he lied to her the entire time. He is legally allowed to stalk his ex-wife. That's how it fucking works. Okay?
Out to family members on Facebook trying to get me to call him so that he could make arrangements to come get his stuff. The devil is a lie. So my friend Tracy, who came to my rescue again.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think he gives a fuck about the stuff. I think he just wants to like establish contact with her again and like try to, because like in his mind, I assume he like thinks he can patch it up, like he can manipulate her again. He's wrong, but he's still trying to think that way. Like, I'm sure that this seems like he has nothing, so he's like desperately trying to reach like get whatever he fucking has back, so he can sell it and make some money to survive. That's what like you immediately want to think, but it's definitely him just thinking that he can like snag her back.
My friend Tracy was like, okay, here's what you're going to do. She said, you're going to send him a message and you are going to say these exact words. I sent him a text message. She said, and she told me you're going to send a text message because it's going to be timestamped. And basically the text message says, I do not have your stuff. I did not have your stuff. I have nothing that belongs to you. If you continue to, you are disrupting.
How come he didn't do that to the ex-wives? He got worse. That's what his family said, at least. Which is also kind of normal. We don't know all the details of what he did to his ex-wives, but I think that we don't know what the details are. But even if we were to assume that like it didn't get this bad, right? I think one thing that the family mentioned was that he kept like getting worse and worse through each altercation.
The work of my job by calling and asking for me. We have no contact with each other. I will send you a copy of the divorce decree that shows whatever is in your possession you own and whatever is in my possession I own. If you contact me directly or indirectly ever again, I will get a restraining order on you. Now, for those of you who are watching this in 2024,
it's kind of crazy because like, yo, you should have done that like months ago. What the fuck's going on? Why is she always doing this? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why has she not done this already? Like, this is not victim. I'm not trying to victim blame, but like, I don't understand why she didn't do this at all. I just legitimately don't get it.
And you're probably like, wow, she's dramatic. Please understand that what I just said, I meant.
No, we don't think you're dramatic. We think you should be a little bit more dramatic. If you think that that's drama, be more dramatic, please.
That if you ever try to contact me directly or indirectly, I will get a restraining order. I have it in writing. I've always had it in writing. And if I need to rewrite it again in 2024, I will, because the boundaries still stand. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last time I had any contact whatsoever with my pathologically lying ex-husband. Part 50. Who the fuck did I marry? So.
Oh, this is it. This is the final part. That's crazy.
There's some realizations I had to come to after the divorce and everything that passed. One, Legion never loved me. He never loved me. He doesn't love himself, so I know he didn't love me. Number two, he didn't even like me. He watched me get excited about things that he knew I was not going to get. And not even just the possession stuff. Like, of course, we know I was excited to be the woman whose husband is like, I'm taking my wife to London. I was excited to be the woman whose husband was like, yeah, I bought my wife a brand new BMW X5. You have to understand is all the jokes that we make about the BMW. It was the time and effort that he spent in taking me to dealerships and being sure to put me in the car and test drive the car and, you know, oh, I can see you in this. I like this for you. It seems safe. It was the effort to really make me believe that he was going to get this just for him to fuck with me. The effort in taking me to all these homes, to see my face light up as a woman who grew up on welfare, to be able to walk into these 4 and 5 bedroom homes knowing that he didn't have any money to buy it. Imagine if he had just been honest and said, hey, I like in my free time to go to open houses and just see how the other people live. Imagine if he had just said that versus wasting not only my time, but wasting the time of the realtors who did nothing wrong. There's a level of cruelty to my ex-husband that I had never experienced before. And God knows, I pray I never.
I mean, this is like a once in a lifetime type shit for like most people are never going to encounter another person that does this, right? Like, let's be real. That's not happening. Hasan, so you feel bad for her right now? No, of course. No, I'm saying that like that's why I get like why she kind of didn't lean into the red flags so hard in the beginning. Because like no one is that cruel in such an unusual way. People will be like, oh, I had similar relationships and whatnot. But like, sure, there are manipulative, emotionally abusive partners and whatnot. But like, this dude had the workings of like a serial con man and maxed out on his like con stuff simply for the mental manipulation aspect. Like, it's mind-boggling. You would not expect someone to be that cruel for like such a petty purpose. I'm willing to bet that if there was like money, if there was a money angle here, I'm willing to bet if he wasn't paying the groceries, if he wasn't paying the fucking rent, that like she would probably smell something off faster. She probably would have been like, oh, this motherfucker is a bum. I think like a lot of this stuff doesn't make sense. Plus, on top of that, he's just like, you know, I'm paying for everything. You say he isn't evil or ill, he just lied? No, dude, come on. That's like, I think a lot of people think that, first of all, lying is already a bad thing to do to a significant other. But what you're talking about is, first of all, he cheated on her numerous times. And it's so crazy that like, that isn't even the worst thing he did. Do you understand? Like, that's crazy. It's crazy that he was like serially cheating on her. And that's not even in the top 10 lists of most nutty things he did to her. Bro, he took her to a fucking cemetery and was like, these are my grandparents. And it was like no grandparents were there. It was someone else's grandparents with the same last name. He just, and for no reason too. That's the other part. For no reason. He was just playing abuse for the sake of abuse. He was like, I fucking love this shit, dog. I'm invested in it. You got no respect for a genius world builder? I don't. Because you want to know why I don't have respect for a genius world builder? Because he could have used that for something sick. Okay? He could have used that for something cool. He could have robbed a bank or some shit. Okay? But he didn't do that. He didn't do shit. He world builded. He world built specifically for this one person. Like, it's just so weird and evil.
Never experience it again. That's the word that comes to mind when I think of him. He is cruel. And it wasn't just me. He did it to the ex-wife.
Yeah, he could have like embezzled a trust fund, baby. Still would have been fucked up. But like, it would have made more sense.
So do I trust? No. No. I trust the people who were in my life before him. If we were friends or if we were in a relationship or whatever, and I knew you before him, I trust you explicitly. But if you're somebody I just met, I don't trust you. I don't. There's no point in me getting on here and saying and making it seem like, oh, I'm so strong, I'm so brave. I struggle big time. Because on one hand, I want to like someone. On the other hand, I'm immediately thinking, what if it's a repeat? And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I can't go through that again. I can't. Every single thing in our relationship was a lie. It took me a while to realize every single day this man lied to me. Every single day he lied to me. Every conversation he had was a lie. I will never know how much he lied to me. I'll never know. I've made my peace with it. I will never know how deep it really truly goes. I only know what I...
It's especially funny because I love con men, right? Whether it be Donald Trump, George Santos, or just like any kind of con man. I love con men. I love con men stories. And that's part of the reason why this is such a compelling story, is because he is a con man. But it's just like, but like this is, you know, literally the most insane version of that. Someone in the chat said, oh, isn't this kind of like that guy who lied about being a Saudi prince? No, because that guy at least was like stealing money. He would like stay in hotels, live a lavish life, present himself a certain way, and then like get amenities out of it. This motherfucker didn't do that. The only amenities he got was like the manipulation, like the fun you got out of like mentally manipulating a lower middle class woman who works for the Georgia State Police. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't do shit. She's like, it's the worst kind of person to victimize. Like, she's done nothing wrong, just a normal lady who's like looking for love. It blows my fucking mind. It's the invert. Yeah, it's reverse Saltburn, dude. With no murder at the end either. Like, at least at the end of the Saltburn sequence, like, he gets the house and shit. Like, he takes over the entire family estate. This guy got nothing. He can't even get his fucking TV back.
I experienced, and I only know what God allowed me to see. But I'm willing to bet that there's a lot I still don't know. When people say, oh, you dodged a bullet, like you just, and I've read a lot of the comments on this, and people have sent me a lot of the comments. And so I need to make one thing very clear.
She did not dodge a bullet.
Aware I dodged a bullet. I am so grateful to my God.
She tanked the bullet. I think that's the more proper term here. She tanked it. She survived, but she definitely didn't dodge the bullet.
I'm sorry if that offends some of you, but it's the truth. I'm grateful that we didn't buy a house and that I'm not financially tied to him in any way, shape, or form. But I am also grateful for the fact that there are things about my ex-husband that I discovered in terms of how he is when it comes to other women. And I'm grateful that God has kept me and protected me. That's all I'm gonna say. So when I started out making this series and I made the decision to tell my story, my motive was, I just want to help one person. If there is a woman out there who's like, God, I want to be married and I met this guy and something don't seem right, but maybe it's not that bad. My advice is, honey, just go ahead and do your research, because I can honestly tell you, being single sucks. Okay. In my opinion, sometimes it sucks, but being married to the wrong person is a type of hell no one should have to go through. You should not have to be married to someone that does not like you. You should not have to be married to someone that doesn't even love you. And I know what that is like. I know what it's like to be told, hey, babe, I love you. And yet...
The moral of the story is, if someone tells you that they played arena football, Google the fucking salary and you will very quickly find out. I thought ladies were good at this. Like, no disrespect, but like, I thought for self-preservation and like genuine defensive purposes, because you don't know who the fuck you're putting your life on the line with, technically. You know what I mean? I thought that a good background, a little bit of brief background check is in order every single time, for sure. And also, never trust men who are 6'4". Okay? Just don't do it. And I say this as a 6'4" ass man. Okay? 6 foot. I'm 6'4" and I wear platform Doc Martens and I appear 6'6" sometimes. You know how you know how messed up that is? I'm a bad guy. Who the fuck does that? That's crazy. Date short kings. That's the moral of the story. Look, I'm always there for my short kings, okay? I'll be there no matter what.
I swear, I think that man sat back in the recliner with his WWE Championship Roman Reigns belt and laughed his ass off at me every day. Like, damn, she really believed it. Ha ha ha ha ha. I do. I really do think that.
Shitting on our Arena Football Kings out here getting CTE just to go band for band with McDonald's managers. Excuse me. No, they're not going band for band with McDonald's managers because the McDonald's manager is outbanding them immediately. Okay. They are not. No, they're going band for band with like McDonald's, like maybe assistant managers. Okay. McDonald's managers are destroying the Arena Football Kings out here. Okay. What? I bet your tall ass can't take a swift kick to the back of your hamstring. Yo, that's not even funny. Today, Kaya has officially gotten too big because she was running around. We were playing and she hip checked me in the calf and my calf still hurts. But to be fair, it's 100 pounds. You know what I mean? She's 100 pounds and she's a fucking landed into my calf and it fucked me up. My calf still hurts. What the fuck are those neck tattoos? Because I got canceled, I wanted to change my identity. Okay? I'm no longer Hank. I'm emo. Damn, bro, you lost to a pet animal. I'm willing to bet Kaya could fuck up most chatters. Kaya is almost the same weight as like most of my chatters. So the notion that like this is my pet animal and tiny or whatever is so funny. Women have been getting a lot of PR hits lately, to be honest. They need to up their game.
My radar was broken because I am an intelligent woman and I know that I know better. And I still sometimes ask myself, how the fuck did you let this happen? How did you let this be your story? All because at the time I wanted it to be my turn. And I hoped it was my turn. And when people say, well, what do you mean by that? I just meant, we all see it, whether it's social media or real life, we all see where the woman she done been through some stuff and she finally met someone who appreciates, loves, and respects her. And it is a beautiful thing. I had hoped that when I met him, it was my turn for that. And instead of being obedient, I wanted to be right and I wanted to do what I wanted to do. And the cost of that decision was heavy. The toll of reliving this whole scenario was heavy. It was. I'm almost surprised.
I mean, I'm glad that because she is a phenomenal storyteller and because she is also on top of that, like she was at least like taking audiobook or audio journals throughout this process so she could like retell the experience perfectly, that she actually did get a story out of this. And ultimately, like, obviously it doesn't make up for the emotional trauma. I do think that this is like an HBO series. You know what I mean? Like this is an HBO series in the making, like a mini series. And I hope that she does get some out of it. I think beyond like the TikTok revenue. Someone said that like even with the creator funds, like meager funds that you get out of that, because TikTok funds are fucking ridiculous. You get nothing, you get pennies on the dollar. Given that all of the 50-part series got like 6 million views each on TikTok, she still made like 84 a grand from it or something around those lines. So I don't think she had a monetization button when she made it. Well, I think like after this, I think like she'll be able to get like a book deal or something out of it. You know what I mean? And I do also, she got demonetized. She made almost no money. I hope, because TikTok has a capacity to elevate stories like this and like really blow them up. Bro, Forbes wrote an article about it. Like actual legacy publishers wrote about this. Think about that. That means that someone is going to want to try and sell this. That's usually how it works. It takes like a solid reporter to put together like a New Yorker article or whatever, you know, like a 10-pager, and then boom, that reporter will be able to try and like leverage this and talk to her as well and get her to sell the story somewhere. I can see this going in either direction. It's like it's got miniseries written all over it. You know what I mean? No, I don't think it's Lifetime original. You guys are wrong. Bro, there's a time.com article. Come on, dog. A woman's 50-part TikTok series about her marriage is the internet's latest obsession. That's from 4 days ago. And it's not the first time a viral story got like a deal in a movie. I know who wrote this, by the way. I didn't even know that this was, this was their work. But anyway. 6'4" demons aren't affected by PR hits, but we know chat are all under 5'5" and take a hit by them ad breaks. Fuck me. Why did I read that? I was so excited for some more 6'4" slander that I got excited and I fucking read it and now I'm cooked. Now you stole my ad break debate away from me. You know what I mean? $34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Allowing $50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right. Now let's look at Legion's side of the story. In the interest of doing a journalism, we got to hear from Legion's side too. Which, by the way,
because this one right here, oh, this gonna make you laugh.
Rumor. Let me just start out by saying, okay, this is not what I thought he was going to be looking like. Okay? This, not what I thought he was going to look like, okay? Straight up. When she said, like, arena football, 6'4", the way she presented the story, I thought, like he looked more like a smooth operator. You know what I mean?
Risa Tisa, ex-wife, who straight line to y'all.
Look at the amount of fucking re-uploads on TikTok. This shit went crazy.
It's sad because it's completely false. And we went to marriage counseling, didn't work, and we broke up. But my message to her is please stop lying to these people, and you can tell them the real reason I left you, you cheated. I caught you in the house with Bradley, and we went to marriage counseling, didn't work, and we broke up. More to the point, I haven't decided who I'm going to talk to exactly or go on whose page or whatever. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know that she lied about everything. Follow her, don't follow her. That's up to you. All that stuff she said, it's complete lies.
I know what you're thinking. No, you are the complete liar. I went ahead and went through his TikTok account, pulled up some of his videos because y'all, he is a relationship coach. Oh, yes, you heard me. A relationship coach.
Oh! Yo, are you for fucking real right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, what? No. Are you, oh my God, be for fucking real, dude. Oh my Lord, holy fucking moly. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a Sigma male. Yeah, he's got the keffiyeh on too. He's pro-Palestine. That part we're just going to avoid, okay? We're going to avoid harder than the fucking top of the hour ad break on that one. This is, oh my God, this is too many reveals. Too many big reveals happening at once. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, does it work? Does this relationship advice work? Kind of, if you want to be like, I mean, short-term gains, short-term gains. Massively consequential down the line. I mean, I don't know, dude. Legion looking pretty rich in this picture. I mean, you can see the Invicta right there, if that's Legion.
Relationship guy, what's going on?
Relationships are hard work, but you got to put the time in and the effort. Sometimes people make the mistake by not putting the time or the effort in to their relationship, but they just want it to work and it all flows smoothly. It doesn't work.
Bro, oh my God, bro, I swear to God, people are going to be like, well, he's giving good advice. This is like going to him for relationship advice. It's like going to Andrew Tate for like fitness advice. Okay. This is the ex-wife, by the way. She also popped off on TikTok. It's like, I mean, this makes sense. Like the fact that the fact that he's like giving relationship advice does kind of make sense. Like a lot of red pill Andys are, you know, just as fucked up.
Like that. Relationships are work. You got to put the work in. Don't expect to reap the benefit if you're not going to put the time in. The message from your guy, the relationship guy.
Women will literally always take advantage of you if you're the type of guy that lets them. You see, if you always just let it slide when a girl does something to you that you're not actually okay with, well, like, that's how it happens. You just got taken advantage of. She cancels plans at the last minute. You don't say anything. She shows up late to the date. You don't say anything. She's on her phone on the date. You don't do anything. Even though it doesn't seem like a big deal, you just set the tone that going forward in this relationship, you can kind of do whatever you want, and I'm not really going to say anything or do anything about it. I'm that type of guy. You need to learn how to calmly but directly communicate when things are not okay with you, and then you'll...
Yeah, even if they're all lies, you have to always calmly and directly communicate. Like, even if, like, for example, let's say you calmly and directly communicated that you have a sister or you have a grandmother. Calmly and directly tell your partner that she died due to COVID. Then calmly and directly drive her to the cemetery after finding a gravestone with the same last name, and calmly and directly point to the gravestone and say, "This is where my grandparents are. This is the way to do it. Calm and direct."
Will never be taken advantage of ever again.
Some people say closure ain't something they need, but it actually is something you need. You have to have it. And some of y'all breaking up for the wrong reason. So really think about that before you just start, you know, throwing everything.
Risa don't want nothing to do with you. She doesn't need her closure. Leave her alone. Stop harassing her. That's my forever wife. We locked in. I will fight like a real man for the one I love. Oh my God.
Out the window, because finding that special person is hard in this world today. So think about that before you just start running your mouth.
A friend of mine got some great news. He's moving up, all the way up.
Okay. He does have some charisma. I know chatters are going to be like, "Oh, fuck you," whatever. No, I can see it. I can see he's like, he has to have a little bit of a smooth operator in him. Like even the way that he's like invested in his own lies, look beyond the immediate aesthetics. Okay. Look beyond the immediate aesthetics of like how he presents himself. Forget like everything that you know about him. He does have a little bit of a con man riz.
Maybe you should just leave it alone. Everything ain't your business all the time about everybody. Every detail of their personal life when you first meet is not your business. It takes time and years to get to know somebody that way sometimes. Please allow the process to be the process and don't try to just dive in, because what you can do is end up putting your foot in your mouth and looking real.
Wait, what the fuck? They're asking a question about your knee, man. What's happening? What is he responding? He's responding to a question about the knee, and he's just like
stupid at the end of the day for saying something, making a comment about something you don't even know.
For this next video, he originally had a picture of a clothed baby while he was saying this, and it just was too nasty to me. So if the words don't match his on-screen, it's because the picture I was not about to put up. That just was some weird shit.
Would you guys consider jacking off to be a sport? I don't know about you motherfuckers, but I consider that shit to be a sport, okay? If people can sit back and label goddamn golf, which is the boringest fucking sport in the world, think about it. What the fuck athletically are you really doing?
Nigga is nasty, right? Nasty. And after that, you know, the people was getting on his ass in the comments. So he gonna say, "There are too many comments. It's too much. If you guys keep commenting mean things on my posts, I'm going to stop posting. Then your little lies have no place to take it out on. Your choice. My next video won't be usual. I need to tell my truth, but the truth has been spun around too much. With evidence, the sheep are blind. This is what God predicted in Revelations. I believe I am the coming forth of what is coming next in this world. I can save you all. I will speak through pictures in a code."
That was EDP. Oh, that the person talking wasn't him. That was EDP. Hasan, you should do a whole stream where you don't say one word so you're never clipped out of context. I mean, the irony is that my haters also say that that's what I do anyway. They say that I just sit there and I let the videos play. So like in a way, I've been canceled for that as well. I've already been canceled for that. Where they'll just be like, oh, look at this fucking asshole. He doesn't do anything. He just doesn't say anything. He just plays a video. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't even sit there. My chair does. Also, congrats, Miskif, for not the grand opening of your gym. That's whatever. People can open gyms every day. But not everyone can be on the first episode of Austin's show, In the Tub with Austin. Okay, that is a unique honor. That right there is the highest honor one can achieve. In the Tub with Austin. Your next buddy? No.
Only true believers can understand. This is the forthcoming. Keep your eyes open. Nigga, if you can't spell big words and you don't know how to really articulate yourself on video and it's fucking with you that the people is talking shit on you, just say that. Because speaking through pictures, that's code for I can't read and I can't spell big words and I'm not good at talking on camera. That's what that's code for. He ain't stopped there though. He also posted the letter. Yep. Subject: approval notification for your home loan application. Dear, Mr. McCoy, we are delighted to inform you that your recent application for a home loan with Chase Bank has been approved. Congratulations on taking this significant step towards home ownership. After careful review of your application and financial details,
That's so sick that he was like, here's the scam letter I showed my ex-wife. Hasan, you should do a whole stream where you don't say question is, when are you going on? I'm not going on. I don't have the body fat percentage to take my shirt off and sit in front of a fucking camera in front of thousands like that.
We are pleased to offer you a loan amount of $700,000
Not for a while.
for the purchase of your home. We understand that finding the right property is an important decision, and we are committed to assisting you throughout this process. Your approval is a testament to your sound financial standing and creditworthiness, and we are confident that you will manage your financial responsibility. As you prepare to embark on this exciting journey, please feel free to reach out to our dedicated team of mortgage specialist representatives for any questions or if you need further assistance. We look forward to helping you secure your dream home and being a trusted partner in your home ownership journey. Best regards, Reggie Daniels, loan officer, Chase Bank. He also posted,
Why would anyone, oh my God, this is his Grand Cayman Islands secret account.
his bank account, the Caymans, the over the seas. Now, I don't
Okay, if this was real, that would be really funny for him to just like self-dox his like secret offshore account. That's how you know this shit is not real at all, okay?
know about you, but doesn't this look like a screenshot from like a 1998 Windows computer? Like this looks like you did go on Google. You thought to yourself, I'm gonna go on last page of Google because this bitch ain't never gonna know if I go on the last page. And you thought you was gonna sell it.
I assume this is a oh my God, 1 2 3 3 4 5 2 9 3 9. It says the balance is what? Minus $72. He has a mortgage payment on here of $710, which put him in the fucking red. And his offshore account, which apparently he's making offshore account, which is making like payments off of, he's getting hit with a fucking overdraft fee of $5. I don't even know how you can do like direct payments off of your offshore account. Bro, is a list of requirements for women. Oh my God. Requirements in a female. Not lazy, good cook, cares for the man, is a woman of her word, knows her place as a woman in God's kingdom, big booty. Why'd you got to put that so close to one another? You know what I mean? He's like, must be godly, must be firm believer in God, thick ass. Not a liar. Breath don't stink in the morning. Don't need to buy Tums for her heartburn. Wait, what? Healthy cholesterol. Won't kill my baby. Won't eat junk food with my baby in the womb. Oh, this is a shot at his ex. I think he's saying like she ate junk food and that's why she had the miscarriage. Yeah, this is literally, even the heartburn and shit, I assume, is too specific. What a crazy person. Must be firm in religion and ass cheeks. I mean, he knows what he likes, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least he knows At least he knows what he knows. He knows what he likes.
But it's still not working. It's just still not working out for you. And again, I'm on his TikTok page when I come across this too.
I need somebody to help me not have a big heart because my heart is so big. People betray me and I keep forgiving.
There ain't no fucking way he went with R. Kelly. That's crazy. Bro, that is... Dude is not helping himself at all, okay? Like, there are enough misogynists out there that would love to probably get on board with his side of the story just to be a fucking brave, valiant warrior in the gender wars. Okay? Like, there were people who were like, they were defending Tory Lanez. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me that he's posting R. Kelly thinking that this is going to vindicate him. That's crazy.
What's up, everybody? Out here this morning, you're on my thug fizzle, I guess you want to say. Again, it's your guy, it's the relationship guy. I just want to drop a quick one to you real quick this morning. Ladies, if you on your period, that's okay. If you're emotional through your period, that's okay. But the last thing you should do is make your man feel it. A lot of women make the mistake and they don't understand when they have a bad.
Oh, he's giving advice to ladies too. That's pretty sick. It's good. He photoshopped this. Wait, what? Is this from Wikipedia? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a Wikipedia photo. It's not the same day. His was 2020. Yeah, but all the descriptions are the same, chat. Chat. The descriptions are the same. Peaches reveal? What the fuck? What did Peaches give you? Lifelong companionship. That's okay. I'm losing it. Yeah, link names is Wikipedia.org bank statement. The amounts are the same. Bro, this is crazy. Every part of this is wild. This guy is wow. I don't know what to say. He's out of control, man.
If you have a bad attitude, stay peaceful, stay quiet, stay humble. You can drive a man crazy with a bad attitude because you're on your period and you're just not feeling 100%.
Who's Peaches? Peaches is the sex worker that he was sexting and having sex with, who has, like, I would say pretty fair prices. $40 for a hand job, $60 for a blow job over the condom. Like, Peaches is a safe sex queen. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't do anything wrong. You know what? I have no. Oh, sorry, $80 without the condom, $60 with the condom. Yeah, pretty good prices, honestly. I didn't know it was like that.
But your period does not give you an excuse to act like a butthole. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. And again, it's your boy, the relationship guy, dropping these tips to you, man. Y'all enjoy.
So then he goes on to make up these fake ass text messages, which we all know is not real. To sum them all up, it's Risa Tisa inboxing him talking about
It's so funny, dude. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned is the OG line. Hell hath no fury like a fucking dude who knows Photoshop, though. He is like he's a Photoshop god, dude. He's constantly fucking doing this. It's pretty crazy. He's constantly fucking photoshopping shit.
Sorry I did this. I didn't mean to lie. Boy, we know you the king of making some screenshots up.
I'm sorry I spent my money on HIV treatments. I have to now, too, because you messed with Bradley and got me sick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you, Jerome. I'm a man of God, so I forgive you. Can we fool around again? You don't got me sick and then keeping it with Peaches. You got these people attacking me on the
We
net.
know you
I'm
the
sorry.
king, and
It's
we do
all
not see
my
no
fault.
reason as to why Tisa Risa would say any of this shit. Did y'all see that she has like a sponsorship? Well, something like a sponsorship with the Hilton. She's about to go to Europe. She's about to go visit Paris. She's about to do everything she thought this punk ass nigga was gonna do for her. And you think that she in your inbox? You think we gonna believe this, Romy Rome? You think we gonna believe this? Hell no. I also got the ex-wife saying, what old girl said is not a lie. This dude really is a fucking pathological liar.
Address the elephant in the room because it's been brought to my attention that my ex-husband is out here in these streets disturbing individuals as he always has, and I have been brought into this. Let me first say, this chapter of my life is closed. I have moved on. It's been more than 10 years. I'm over it. I'm done. I'm good, okay? But after I say this, let's just leave it alone. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm not going to address it anymore because I have nothing to do with this. This is my past life. The book is closed, okay? So Legion, as y'all call him, is a despicable, nasty, and vile individual. I fell for the trap over 10 years ago. Yes, he was charming, and I was broken mentally, okay? Understand, self-love was not here at all for me to actually love myself enough to understand that this is not love. He manipulated me. He loved bombed me. All of the, oh, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that and everything else. Yes, all of these things were said to me. Guess what? None of it happened. He's manipulative and he literally tried to ruin my life. He had family turn against me because he wanted to tell people lies about me and things of that nature. And unfortunately, he's very, very good at what he does. It took me many, many, many years to get past that.
I'm telling you.
I have healed. And with the situation being brought back to me, it's like cutting me back open with a dagger because I was already healed up. The Band-Aid had been left. I've gotten married. I'm happy. Been good, right? But this man is a pathological liar. He gave up all types of promises, but to the cars and houses just like Risa. But guess what? None of that ever came to pass, right? So I just need for people to know that this situation was traumatic as hell for me. And then I hear about, because I've not watched any of the videos, because for what? Like, it's not my business anymore. I feel bad for anybody that he comes into contact with, and I will tell any female that sees his picture, don't ever, just let it go. Because he needs some serious mental help, and he needs to be evaluated and be locked away. So that's what I will say.
This man is a problem.
And as far as like me not filing for divorce, I didn't file for divorce because I was afraid for my life. I didn't want to be served. I didn't want to. In order for me to file, I would have to tell him where exactly I was, and I didn't want him to know that. So no, I absolutely was not filing because I was afraid at the time. But guess what? It was ended before it even really started, but at the same token, I still was very, very, very not mentally, in love with myself. So that's one of the things that really got me. So I genuinely feel empathy for the women that have been down his path. When all this stuff was going on with him and I, there was no social media, TikTok or anything like that. But at the same token, I just wanted to heal through my processes. I didn't want to sit there and have to tell the whole world my business because I'm a very private person and I don't do drama. I will also say this. I did not hit Legion at all. I did not hit this man. He went to jail because he was impersonating a police officer, telling people that he was a detective of the police department in Atlanta, Georgia. And that is why he went to jail. Also for stalking one of the guards that were over where we lived at. That is why he went to jail. So he didn't go to jail because of we never went to court about me putting my hands on him. My son did, yes, interact with him. And my son, yes, he did put his hands on him because he threatened me for the last time. And enough was enough. As you go through life, you can either sit down and continue to take it, or you can get up and triumph and do what you need to do so that you can make your life better. And at that point, enough was enough for me. I was done. I was no longer going to be the victim because I'm not a victim. I'm not a doormat. You can't step on me. You can't do whatever you want to do to me and me take it. So I left.
This is the first wife, yeah.
I will also say, I need people to understand this is my life we're talking about, right? So this situation is triggering. But it's triggering me because it needs to be said. But it's one of those things where I was okay with not saying it. I was good. After this conversation, after I'm done saying my piece, if anybody wants to actually, know how I healed from all of this, you're more than welcome to go, click into my link on my Ms. Missouri page on Facebook. And you're more than welcome to listen to my show tonight because my Health, My Mind and Body radio show is literally about healing. And my show tonight is about elevating your mental.
Oh my gosh,
and I've been elevating my mental for years. And I'm so...
You got 50 gifted subs and don't acknowledge it? Another 50 big ones from 34MKD50.
So fucking proud of myself. You know why? Because I've done a lot of work
Ethical
to get
reacts.
past
We gotta
all
let
that
her run.
shit that was
Ethical
going
reacts.
on in my past. So all that, Risa Tisa, I pray, honey, that you get the healing that you need, sweetie, because guess what? It took me time, and I pray that you get the healing that you need.
Does everyone in America have a podcast? Yes.
And anybody else, Vivian or anybody else, I pray that you guys get the healing that you need, because this situation is not easy. But I hope that you guys really get the healing that you need, so that way you guys can move forward in your life, because it's possible to have a love of your life after all of this trauma. It is very possible. So with that being said, you guys, I really hope that, you know, this will be on my end anyways. You guys can continue talking about it if you like, but I'm done, because I'm not a victim. I got out and I moved on. I am not attached to this man. Don't want to be attached to this man. He's out of my life, been out of my life all of these years, and don't want to have anything to do with him. So all go on to my T.
If y'all calling him Legion, that's what y'all calling him. But
this is son.
We was calling that nigga Rome. Rome is my mother's ex-husband. Now, they've been separated for a while now. Gotta be over damn near 10 years. Gotta be shit since like 2015, 16, damn near that time, something like that. But he, just like everything that lady was telling y'all. And I haven't listened to all of her story, but from what I have listened to, she's 100% telling the truth. And I'm telling you, she's telling the truth. My mother's name is Latoya, and she is the wife that was before the wife that the lady talked to and had the conversation with.
All right, anyway, we saw okay, enough. So there's a Legion extended universe, but I'm not all that interested in the entire one. But this dude is like, I mean, he's out of control. He's done all the craziest shit. He's done it all. BMW apparently wants to link up with her. That's crazy. Dude, this is what I mean. TikTok is so wild. TikTok is so fucking wild, dude. That's why you gotta juice my last TikTok.
Day 2 of
We're doing it. Full front TikTok. We're going out with a bang. You should have seen all the brands in her comments. I've diagnosed Legion with an acute case of illegal Riz. Yeah, he was rizzed up too hard for his own good. He had too much Riz. Sometimes having too much Riz can be dangerous. Can you glue the weird on back, please? Can you glue the beard on? It looks weird, please. No, I can't. I can't do it. Your TikTok isn't linked on your Twitch shit? Oh, true. Well, I mean, you can see it underneath me, though. Danger is. You look like the alchemist in your new TikTok. I don't know what that means. I hope this is taken positively, but you look 10 years younger. It doesn't matter. I miss my beard, but it's fine. You look better without the beard. Thank you for saying that. I don't agree, but I'm still emoed. I can't get out of the emo sphere. I'm fucking emified. 2 reactions to the Netflix Avatar show about the man carrying things.
Wow. That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Pretty okay. Wait,
The
what?
characters were flat, the dialogue clunky, the acting wooden, and the story too simplistic. You're being way too hard on it. It was fun. It was fun? They make the water go whoosh and the rocks go smash. Didn't you think it was fun? Yes, but the storytelling was rushed and convoluted. I agree. You agree. But it felt so unique and original. Okay. Wait. I've just never seen anything as creative and original as this. So unique and original. Have you seen the animated show? What animated show? Okay, this makes sense.
Oh, there it is. Oh, by the way, my new video is already up. How I got emo-fied. I don't know anything about being emo.
I don't either, honestly.
This is going to be an educational opportunity for me. I want to learn about what it means to be emo, how we can be emo.
It's having a comeback.
It is having a comeback.
Now's the time.
Also, did you say chocolate?
Yeah, do you want Mr. B chocolate?
Yeah, I want a sliver.
Okay.
Just a rectangle of it.
We're trying to teach Hasan about Pink the
Yesterday I looked so good right here. Look at what I look like now. All right, let's do Shane Gillis. From what I understand, Shane Gillis went on SNL and it was a bit of a flop. Some people are saying it was a bit of a flop because everyone's too woke to appreciate good comedy. Other people are saying that it was a flop because Shane Gillis wasn't very good at it. Now, as a person who has appreciated some of his specials, or at least parts of his specials, I think that I think that Shane Gillis is a funny guy. I think that he's a funny dude, and I want to know what happened. Does anyone have the playlist for it? I just want to see some of the parts. Including the stand-up monologue. It went on for a little bit too long too, but okay, there's one that was like kind of mid. But even the kind of mid one was like still pretty solid as far as the fundamentals goes. That is the first time I watched SNL and like actually found myself investigating and wanting to see more of the sketches that came out, which is legitimately shocking. Like that was. Yeah, we watched basically the full show. Yeah, I think people were here. I'll look at the weekend update too. That one's usually the only thing that's like kind of funny. But it was yeah, it was weird. It was weird that it wasn't like so fucking boring and made me want to claw my eyeballs out. Fuck, Leon, are you kidding me? SNL needs to be nuked. Worse than the Discord. It's awful. Okay, bro. I'm brother, listen. Okay? When you're watching a team that's like used to fucking losing, okay? You're going to be surprised pleasantly when they end up showing a decent performance. A good performance, actually. Pretty solid one. That's wild. They just found a fucking leg. God damn. Yeah, weekend update, not as good. You know what's also not good? Freaking Nikki Haley's campaign. It's so Jover. It is so fucking Jover, dude. Wait, why can't I find the song? What the fuck? I'm trying to. It is actually unironically hard to find. It's. Someone uploaded it on YouTube, but like, oh, HasanAbi literally has it. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Get those Ahmad Muhsins out. Now to heal our nation. Oh, We got to keep it going until the rap part. We need you, Nikki, right now. Oh, let's go.
There's lots of noise in politics. People hitting each other with great big sticks. But Nikki Haley stands above the rest. She's been fully put to the test. With Trump, the bully, who is afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might. And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When voters come out, he'll get his deserves. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation.
I'm just saying, this is actually peak. Music will never be as good as this. Music will never be as good as this. This is the greatest music will ever be. Sorry, it's just the truth. What will happen if either Trump or Biden dies during the campaign? This is going to be nuts. No, I mean, it'd be pretty fire. What? Someone posted a clip from the Extra Emily paywall. Why would you send that to me? Like what? So what? What is this TikTok?
Why do you need white man paperwork? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Why do you need white man paperwork?
Legion memes are popping off. Read the comments. Why all of a sudden he need a printer? This is hella suspicious. Why he standing like he play arena football? Stay vigilant, girl. Girl, who is he nodding his head to? He's doing a Legion with his earpiece. What's next? The work phone? He looks dead serious about them documents he's about to print too. That's so funny that this is like, dude, this is how you know TikTok is like, this is how you know when something goes so fucking viral on TikTok. People, like, it's not even directly related. It's a joke. It's like a meta joke. My normie sister-in-law's into it. Well, here's the thing. Elren'le sohbet yayını gelir mi? Vallahi ben kendisine DM attım Twitter'dan. Ama bakmıyor herhalde Twitter'ına. Discord'da da arkadaş değiliz. O yüzden konuşamıyorum kendisiyle. Ama bu banlandıktan sonra Türkiye kendisine bir mesaj attım. Hani eğer konuşmak istiyor musun Twitch CEO'suyla falan filan bir şeyler. Ben burada Amerika'da çünkü daha yani direkt kontaktım olduğu için yardım etmek istedim kendisine ve diğer Türk streamerlarına ama neyse. This job seems so hard. Bro, this is how you know Twitter is not real, okay? Millions and millions of impressions. We've had like 8 or 9 haters that have been in here and they got clapped instantly. Like millions of impressions and like 4 fucking hate raiders. Like that's the most amount. I mean, I know the Moz have like been clapping more, but like think about it this way, Moz. Think about it this way. When I'm getting like when people are watching when people are watching me live to do a hate raid, we probably have a harder we probably have a much harder time dealing with that, you know? It's literally, yeah, Twitter has become 85% bots and like 15% right-wingers circle jerking at this point, 100%. Yeah, people didn't even respond to comments. Usually gets replies of his real drama. It'll only become like a little bit more real of a drama when like Muda or someone like a centrist YouTuber will make like a video being like, this guy fucking sucks. And it's always funny because it's always funny when YouTubers want to do that because they're like they're like, oh, this is an opportunity for us to basically present ourselves as like with the people. It's like, bitch, you make YouTube videos sitting in your fucking computer, speaking directly to your goddamn computer for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and you make millions of fucking dollars a year. What are you talking about? Like, you're a YouTuber. What do you mean? Like, oh man. But it's fine. You can get your beard back with one real quick. I had a job once where I was not only was I the dickhead GM hated by protocol, but salary paid and had less than 8 hours the whole year. And I would take that again rather than when you do a deal with respect. No, my job is still very cushy. Like, I make no mistake. I'm a profoundly fortunate person. You know what I mean? I've talked about this many times over. That still doesn't mean that there aren't like aspects of it that are really shitty. Anyway, might as well put HasanAbi channel on. What does he mean?
He paid utility bills, and so when he's telling me that he's
That's so fucking sick. Everyone is so invested. Anyway. There's nothing appealing about streamers losing their minds to me. I do think that this will get like a mini series, like I said. Can we do TikTok time? I think I'm done for the night. It's late. That's it. Tomorrow's a big day, you know? I'm tired. At the hardest job. Tired doing the hardest job of all. Like, you know what I mean? Like that guy who's at the oil rig. The dude who works at the oil rig and he's like putting in the fucking drill bit in or whatever it's called. That guy wouldn't trade places with me. He'd be like, nah, dude. Nah, big dog. It's too tough. What you do, sitting in front of a computer, too tough. Do you remember the Soda GT RP drama? This is literally just a repeat. I don't remember that at all. Hoscourt is foaming at the mouth to watch these TikToks. I don't know if the regs can hold on any longer. What do you mean? You today? What's harder than this? I want to fucking quote retweet it and be like Twitch streaming. Should I do it? I don't have it on my phone anymore, so I won't see it. I won't see the fucking responses. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Fuck it. YOLO. Damn, Slatty Matty, that's actually kind of a banger. Don't poke the bear. I think it's pretty funny. I'm poking it. Fuck it. It's a good way to end it. I'm in my emo phase now. Anyway. All right, everybody. Post a banger tweet. Logs off. Anyway, love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.